but most of the time we have a little bit of hiccup every time I am starting the live stream. So just give me a second and I make sure everything is working. So again, excuse me for the starting problems, but I always open up the live stream on the monitor because I'm using the back camera, so I can make sure everything is set up and everyone can see me. So I think everything is perfect now. So I hope all of you have a great time. And let's start with today's live stream. So today I just wanted to talk about what I still need to do until my Orlando vacation. I know it's still 74 days until my plane leaves for Orlando, and I think pre-travel day is calculated in it as well. So I will leave on pre-travel day, I think at noon, my hometown, and then make my way to Berlin with our German train station system. So I think we will have a lot of content and fun using our trains, our German trains. You never know what you get. So it's always a kind of exploration when you try to use our public transport system. So I specifically ask for a ticket with a transition time that allows me to have enough time to change the trains because, as you know, I have the hidden disability. I am not a fast walker, and I can bet that these escalators and stuff like that in Hamburg will not work. I hear it from Berlin a lot. Most of the time they are just not working. And yeah, for people like me, this can be a huge problem. And I was like, why do you even sell tickets like that? Normally it would be pretty easy. I could change in Demtor because the train that is going to Berlin is the train that is going to Prague. And when I'm switching trains in Demtor, it's one train station for the Central station in Hamburg. It would be the same platform. Just leave the train and enter the next train. Easy as that. But yeah, I guess with a German train station system, it is never easy like that. So for some reason, I don't know, this train is not calling at Hamburg Dammtor. So the train that is going to Berlin. And I'm like, yeah, great. Then I look at my transition time at the Central station and it's saying 7 minutes. Yeah, I never saw a train in Germany on time. No, I'm wrong. Once my high-speed train was on time. The whole train was clapping and no one was accepting and thinking that this is real. Another one was really happy, like a really stupid thing as well. We were 5 minutes early and we were nearly in Hamburg Central Station. Yeah, but there was no platform ready for us and we waited half an hour in front of the Central Station. So instead of being early and on time, we ended up missing everyone else's trains, connection trains. I just love this system. Just to give you an idea how stupid things can get, I wanted to go with a direct train from my hometown to Munich. Everything could be fine and on time, so my train was not allowed to enter the train station because another train occupied our space. But there were a lot of other platforms available, so if they would have been smart, they should just switch it. The problem is the train that was occupying our platform, one of the windows was broken. And they tried to fix it, but they couldn't fix it in that train station. They needed to go to Hamburg. They tried it, it took them, I think, 30 minutes, and they decided then, okay, we can only go 20 miles per hour the whole way to Hamburg. And instead of saying, hey, let all the trains that are behind you, that are leaving in the next 10 minutes, pass you, so they don't get delayed. That would be a smart thing to do, would it? No. This train had priority, so I think 5 or 6 other trains were just slowly scraping behind this other high-speed train because the windows were broken. And I'm like, why can't you just switch things up and send the trains that had a chance to be on time? No, they decided that every train else needed to get delayed with this train instead of changing anything and making sure that people are maybe on time and catching their connection trains. But this is something that is not happening in Germany. So we called in Berlin Central Station, another fun thing. We were there for 15 minutes and I was like, why is it taking so long? Then there was an announcement, yeah, we are sorry, but our train driver has missed his train and he will be here in the next hour. So we were standing there on the platform without a train driver and we're just waiting. And they were like, yeah, you could leave the train, but we will leave as soon as the train driver is here. So yeah, this would be a game of Russia roulette. When the train driver would be there earlier, your train will just leave with all your belongings inside of the train. So yeah, no one wanted to leave the train, only the people that wanted to go for a smoke were leaving the train. And yeah, but basically we waited for over an hour so our train driver could catch up with our train, and I think in the end we were delayed 3 hours into Munich. A journey that takes 8 hours took us 11 hours. And then I'm like, when it's taking me that long to go to Munich, I can just pay half of the price and use the Flixbus. You know, this is just ridiculous. Or most of the time, I just book a plane ticket. Here was the thing. I'm thinking if we would have a reliable train network that is on time and stuff like that, and you can really count on, yeah, it will get you from A to B, I would never consider boarding a plane within Germany. But stuff like that is definitely not happening. You will miss your connection plane if you try to go to the airport by train. I can guarantee you that. Even I was thinking about, yeah, I technically could use the first train that is going to Berlin to catch my plane. But I would be anxious all the time because I would think that I will miss that damn plane because I have not enough trust in our train system to be on time at the airport. So I decided just to go with the cheapest ticket the day before and use the train and hopefully be there on time, but if not, I just don't care. But another thing is, there is a special assistance service that our train system is offering, but only for people that are blind or wheelchair users that has no chance of boarding on their own. And I had a few friends that rely on this system, and all of them told me, you don't want to use it because they will make sure that you will know that they hate you. They treat you like garbage. Especially my blind friend, they were asking her, why do you even need this system? You can still walk. And she was like, yeah, I can't see where maybe the platform is ending. I can't see which train is the right one, which section of the train I am in. So yeah, I need help. I'm so sorry to ruin your day and make you do your job. I mean, it's nice that she has the confidence just to call them out for this kind of bullshit, because it's, yeah, how should a blind person board without help? And then you have stupid ideas, or people that would say, yeah, then she just can't use the train, then she is not independent anymore, so she it's part of her disability. So it's not our problem to take care of her. And I think this is where our society is moving towards at the moment, especially with people with disabilities. That in many people there was the mindset, if this person is not able to do it on their self, then maybe she shouldn't do it at any time. So then just exclude them from day-to-day life. If a disabled person is not able to board a train on their own, why don't I had that stupid argument. I was witnessing something so crazy that really nearly put me over the edge. So there was something going on in Hamburg, I guess it was. There was no train leaving for a couple of hours. We had a few cruise ships inside my hometown, so it was completely chaos. Then there was the announcement that the first train is ready to leave. And there was the wheelchair driver. And he was already in the train, so he was lucky. And then there was a group of bikers that took him and just made sure he was off the train so their bikes could be loaded into the train. So they removed the wheelchair user with the comment, yeah, he was like, I have an appointment I need to go to. I have a business appointment. I need to be on that train. But the bike drivers, of course, they were, I think, 5 or 6 people. So they could just remove him and told him, yeah, we want to go on our bike ride. We want to enjoy our afternoon and we just don't care. And I witnessed the situation. First of all, I was looking at the train attendant. She just didn't give a shit. She ignored the whole situation, so I was walking up to her and I was like, hey, a person in the wheelchair has the priority. You need to remove at least one of the bikers to make room for the wheelchair user. And she was like, yeah, I know this would be the right thing to do, but I don't want to have an argument with them. Listen, I can understand that on a personal level. I wouldn't have had this argument with those guys either, because they were so, we belong here, it's our train, he needs to go. They were in such a mindset and they were really bullying this poor wheelchair driver. So yeah, but it's not my job. You choose the job as a train attendant, so you need to make sure that a disabled person has a disabled seating place. And in this part of the train, there are sitting places only for disabled people. So you need to remove everyone that has not the right to sit there to make sure that the wheelchair driver can use the train. And she didn't care. So they left the wheelchair driver user behind. And I'm like, hey, I'm a tour guide. I know that we are shuttling at the moment. It was the end of my shift. People to Hamburg Airport. Would it be a good step for you just to go to Hamburg Airport and then use the train station, the subway station? And he was like, honestly, I need to go three stops away from Hamburg Airport. This would be amazing. And I was like, yeah, okay. Went up to the AIDA and I was like, hey, this is the problem. Can you help us out in this situation? And they were like, yeah, sure. We have plenty of room in this bus left. And no, he don't needs to pay for it. We will go anyway. And they heard the story and they were like, yeah, of course, he can go with us. So they made sure that they loaded up the wheelchair, made sure he was stable and safely able to board the bus, and they took off with him in the direction of Hamburg Airport. But I'm still shocked to this day that those bike users removed physically a wheelchair from the wheelchair space in the train just to have a nice afternoon stroll. And they saw what was going on because this was something that was announced everywhere. So we have a lot of nice bike routes here in Kiel. If you want to go on a tour, then go and do a tour here in our county. I love to do a 40 kilometers bike ride around Westensee. It's beautiful. If 40 kilometers are not enough for you, then just go twice around the sea or around the lake and you will be fine. but please don't remove a wheelchair user just because you want to get entertained in the afternoon. I am still shocked to this day that people have this mindset of, yeah, why should we just take care of a disabled person? My rights are more worth than a disabled person. And again, the same is going to my blind friend. I mean, I don't rely that much on special assistance. Most of the time I would still be able to figure stuff out. It would be hard, but I could do so. But if she is traveling on her own, she needs the special assistance. And the stories that she is sharing with me, especially from the airport, are a nightmare. And a lot of people are just telling her straight into her face, yeah, you are disabled, so you don't need to work and we don't need to care. And I'm like, are we back in a dark area of Germany that excluded people with disabilities? We really want to go back on that rabbit hole? I think a lot of people in our society would do it without hesitating. And this is something that is really scaring me. And the same is going for Universal. When you are just reading comments about the AAP, you are like, what the heck is wrong with the people? I mean, when I'm using the AAP and have my return time, first of all, I've waited the exact same amount of time as everyone else in the line. And I am not taking up any spaces of anyone. I mean, it's not like I get a whole train for myself just because I have a disability. I will get a seat and that's it. I don't know why it's bothering people without a disability so much that we have a system like the AAP. And again, I'm reading and listening and watching a lot of videos of people that are going after people with disabilities in the theme parks. I mean, at Disney, I can get it a little bit. I mean, all of this disability faking stuff is just so annoying and disgraceful in my opinion, but I, at this point in time, just don't know how Disney could deal with it. I mean, there maybe could be stricter rules, but I mean, it's just such a nightmare. If you have stricter rules maybe for renting an EV, yeah, then you will maybe exclude people that really need an EV. And yeah, but the problem is people are faking their disabilities, renting those things, and then going to guest services and telling everyone, hey, I am disabled, I need special assistance. And in reality, they don't. And I can understand that the normal healthy person just can't see the difference between those people and us. And this is becoming a real fight in the theme parks that is so ridiculous in my opinion. I mean, again, I at Universal will wait the same amount of time as everyone else. I will just enter the Express Pass or AAP line after my return time. So I will not take up any of those spaces from the people that are waiting in the normal line. We will not get preferred or stuff like that. And even if so, even if a severe autistic person is treated differently, it's not in VIP treatment, it's just of removing all those barriers for those people. And I think this is what people tend not to understand. I don't know if they don't want to understand, but I think this is one of the main problems, that people don't understand that it is about removing barriers. So for me, the barrier is I can walk pretty normal, but I am not able to stand on my foot for longer than 5 to 10 minutes. Then the pressure is just too much and I will have pain. I'm in pain. A normal human being will not experience that much of pain. And I had a discussion once that really, really annoyed me. A healthy, normal person came to me and they were like, I don't know why you are getting special treatment. Everyone is tired after a theme park day. And I'm like, okay, let's play devil's advocate. Are you that tired that you maybe spend the next day into bed because you can't move of your physical pain? Are you that tired that you are thinking about, I don't know how I come back to my hotel room? Do you have that many pain that you are physically not able to stand on the resort bus anymore? And if none of this is happening to you, then please just accept that people need accommodations. And again, we are not taking away anything from you. And then I had the bus discussion. I mean, this is the reason why I'm always now going to the resort buses with a cast member and making sure that a cast member will help me find a seat, because I am not discussing those topics again with normal people. I was there, I wanted to sit down. I mean, they have designated disabled seating spaces. And I was like, hey, I definitely can't stay any longer. I need to sit down. And the person sitting there was like, no, I'm not making room for you. And I was like, you're sitting on the disabled seating space. I have the right, I want to sit down, so please offer me the seat. And they were like, no, I will not do so. I am tired. You are such entitled. I hate people like you. And if you weren't that fat, you wouldn't have a disability. And I was just looking at him and I was thinking, my God, this guy must be so frustrated with his own life, because why would you just talk to a people with a disability who only was asking to sit down in that way? Anyway, why would you talk to other person in this way? I mean, I get it. I am not okay with celebrating fat people. I lost a lot of weight. I know it's hard, but I would always say to other people, please try to lose some weight. You will feel better afterwards. And yeah, this is something, again, I think some people are really loud and screaming inclusion that normal people are just tired of it. And who is suffering from all of that? Disabled people. Not the people that should suffer from it, because they make everyone's life worse. But the same is going for inclusion in workplaces. So if you have a certain gender or stuff like that, you will get the job. You will get preferred. And I can understand when normal people are getting fed up from it. But with a disabled person, they should always get the job offer first, because they have a so much harder time finding a job. For an example, my blind friend, she was the best in her psychology class. And she mastered with the best exam in the class, but no one wanted to hire her because of her disability. And I think what people don't realize, if they hire her, they are hiring a second person for free that is helping her with driving a car and stuff like that, things that she is not able to do. So you will not have any disadvantage for hiring, especially in this kind of field, a blind person. But people just don't want to try out, I think. I think this is one of the main problems. They just don't want to try out. And I think everyone can learn and have a positive effect if you have someone with special needs in your work environment, because you will get sensitive for stuff like that. And my blind friend now, she has her own room, her own practice rooms and stuff like that, and she has so many clients. She is really successful, and I'm like, yeah, the way it should be, because as a therapist, it just don't. It's not relevant if you can see or not. And I think a lot of people are going for her because she is blind, because she will never judge someone because of their or her appearance. So I think it's not a bad thing to have a blind therapist at all. And with the shortage that is going on, why do you even mind? I mean, I would never go with my problems to her because I find this quite awkward, being friend with her and then talking about my personal problems. This is nothing I would do, but hey, I am so happy for her that she finally find a job and is happy with it. And back to the example at Universal, I just don't get it why someone will not offer me a seat just because they are tired. I mean, I can understand it, but then just please don't sit down on a disabled person, on a disabled sitting space. I would never, I think, never said a thing if they just would have sitting down on another seat. But when you sit down on a clearly marked disabled person sitting space, you need to go up and make room if a disabled person is boarding the bus. Those are the rules in our society. But even those small rules, most people are just ignoring. And I mean, ignoring would be bad enough. I mean, standing there asking for a seat and everyone is looking the other way around is also really, really bad. But then going and attacking the disabled person, this is just an absolute no-go. And yeah, I get it, you are also tired, but I am not only tired, I have a really bad mobility issue going on with my ankle. If the bus is stopping unpredictably, I mean, you have traffic, stuff like that going on, I could shatter my foot and maybe I would get hurt. And this is not the solution. Ah, perfect, Amber, perfect. I'm just talking about that it's just ridiculous that people won't make space for people that needs assistance in the resort buses. And I really would recommend to you with the guys, girls, and your boy and your girl, just ask the cast members before. Just go up to them. I'm doing this now every time at City Walk or at the bus loop at Epic or in our hotel resort. I will go to the cast members who are responsible for the resort buses and tell them, hey, I have the disability. I know there is maybe not that much room in the buses, but can you please walk with me to the bus and ask the bus driver to make sure I have a place to sit down. Never ever have I heard a no. And when someone from Universal is telling those people to get the F off of those seats, people will move. And you will have a seat. But I mean, and with you girls, yeah, the bus needs to wait. They need to wait until they are strapped in and everything is safe to go. And if they are annoyed about it because they are just thinking about themselves and they want to go back to the hotel room or want to go to the parks, then it's just not your problem. I mean, I know it's hard to ignore all of those looks and you hear the comments that are going on, but I am like, yeah, for you in the evening after the parks are closing, I get it, you are tired, and for you it's only 10 more minutes until you arrive at your hotel room. But if I spend those 10 more minutes, I am not sure if I am able to reach the hotel room without crawling through the lobby. And this is the difference that people are just not understanding. I mean, I crashed so badly after my last time at Disneyland Paris, I was barely able to walk back to the hotel from the bus stop. And this was the first time my friends realized how bad it was, and they should have paid a lot earlier attention to what was going on. But it was not their fault, I was not communicating it, so I will never say it was their fault. But they made sure that I had a place to sit down in this bus. But what the people don't get, it's not the first time of the day that we will have the exact same discussion, just in a different shape. Because we need to ask for help every time, and this is not Universal's fault, but just Hulk for an example. You need to follow so many steps before you are able to board without the lift exit, the AAP line. And you need to ask, I think at Hulk, 3 cast members before you are able to board the train. And this is taking energy from you. Velocicoaster, again, super kind, never had a bad cast member, but when you can't use the stairs, you will at least need to talk to 2 or 3 cast members. Again, they will help you and they will provide everything, but it's taking up energy. Even if they are the kindest person in the room, it's taking up your energy. And then you have an attraction like Ministry of Magic, where you are just thinking, how design this space? It's a brand new theme park. I really want to meet the person that was thinking this is a smart solution for the people that are not able to use the stairs. Because using 3 or 4 lifts until you are at the boarding area and walking half a mile backstage, it's not a good solution. And yeah, even then you need to go to the cast member, ask them, and it's just taking up your energy. I mean, the tip with the lockers is really, really good and appreciated, because before that, every time a locker was opening up at the ground level, I needed to ask a cast member if they could help me picking up my belongings. And it was annoying until a cast member told me about the button I need to press, and then only lockers at eye level will open up. Best tip I ever received from Universal. And this is what I'm talking about. It gives me independence. I'm not relying on other people just to use the lockers anymore. So this is a definitely good step. But yeah, you are asking when you are on the AAP for help as soon as you enter the park, and your energy management is starting and your pain management level is starting. And this is something all of the normal people just don't see. They just see you entering the AAP line and they are like, you are cheating the system. You are taking away a space for me. And they don't see the pain that is going on, and they don't see what our actual needs are. And this is something I am really get pissed off recently that normal people want this kind of discussion and those kind of fights, because they think they are right. They think it's a good thing that they are calling out disabled people, because obviously we all faking it, and if we are not able to handle a theme park day, we shouldn't go. And I am so fed up with this discussion. I am a journalist. I can argue with you on a really high level that will make you cry in the end. But I don't have the energy to talk to those kind of people anymore, because I am like, I really hope that at one day you will also have a disability. And maybe you will think about stuff like that. And again, I don't know how it was in the States. I just saw it briefly here on the news. I think something at Six Flags, one of those roller coasters, a lot of people suffer head injuries or stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, those warning signs are there for a reason. And I think this coaster opened up somewhere 22 or stuff like that. It's a really old coaster. But it happens recently to a couple of people, and I'm like, yeah, then just please read the instructions. Every roller coaster is saying blood pressure is a problem. And yeah, high blood pressure can lead to a stroke with those kind of G-forces. So always talk to a doctor. And I think, what else should a theme park do? I mean, it's common sense to read the signs, and if you are not sure, talk to your doctor. And if something is happening, in my opinion, it's not Universal's fault. Maybe I am just a heartless person, but I am just fed up about it. But because those are those people that I bet you were picking about other people with disabilities, and then if something is going wrong, then everything it's the fault of the theme parks. I worked at the resort hotel at Heide Park for a couple of weeks because there was an exchange program with Merlin Entertainment. I was a Sea Life cast member, and I was like, hey, I want to learn more about our attractions, and I really want to work in the hotel. It was a 4-star resort, and after this few weeks, I was so impressed with the cast members that are doing the check-in and stuff like that. And I was looking then that into the eyes and I was like, I would not be able to handle your job for a longer period of time. Because the amount of discussion you have with stupid people, it's ridiculous. I mean, they had the highest hotel in the resort, the 4 stars, and it's completely pirate and dragon themed. It's a beautiful hotel. If you are, or your kids are into pirates, this is definitely the hotel to go. They had a swimming pool, they had a theater with entertainment. It's most of the rooms had sea park view. It's a really, really great hotel. And you will have way too many guests that will walk up straight to you during check-in process and without even being at the park. They will come, yeah, but in Europa Park everything is better. And I was so annoyed at one point. I was like, am I allowed to tell them what I'm thinking? And my manager was like, yeah, go for it. I am fed up with this topic as well. And I was like, yeah, if the Europa Park is so much better, so why don't you spend your next vacation there? The reason why those people were coming with those complaints to the check-in pass members were they wanted to have a free upgrade. They thought that because they were complaining about the theme park, we will give them free stuff. And it's the exact same thing that happened at Disney, and that annoyed a lot of me and my co-workers, and this was especially true for annual pass holders. I am so sorry if you're a Disney annual pass holder, but cast members will roll their eyes if you see that you're a cast member and pass holder, because those are the most entitled. Those people are telling us, disabled people, that we are entitled as F, but the annual park holders never had a problem with a disabled person or with a normal person on their vacation. The only big trouble I had during my time at Disney were the pass holder ones. They wanted to have and everything for free. They were come up with the stupidest things. They were faking scenarios just to get free stuff. And back in my days at Disney, the customer service and the happiness of the customers was always in the first place. So basically, you gave them everything they wanted every time for free. And I was so annoyed because I was just like, why? And I think this is also a reason why Disney really, really cut back with all of this free stuff for people. Because, yeah, they were heavily misusing it. And the same is with the AAP. With the DAS at Disney. They are so heavily misusing the system that everyone else has to suffer. And at Disney, I would always still give, yeah, cheapskates. I would always give something to a child who is crying. I mean, Disney and Universal have enough money and you can always do merchandise write-off. It's not a big deal, it won't cost the company much, and write-off, just think about how much stuff gets stolen every day. I mean, in my local theme park, it's so bad that they even don't trust their workers anymore. They will have, I think Heide Park, the Merlin Entertainment theme park has it as well. They have random checks on the employees. They will pick you up after your trip and they will look into your bags and belongings and see if you basically just stole something. And I mean, how less trust do you have in your employees that you do stuff like that? But it's ridiculous how many people are stealing in those theme parks, and I think there should be better systems in place, especially in the merchandise area, because it's costing the company so much money. And yeah, it's clearly not fair. If not so many people were stealing stupid stuff, there will be a lot more free giveaways for people to make up the day. And Universal, again, is still doing it. If they see that you have a hard time at the theme parks, they will always come up with something. But I would never ever think about faking a scenario just to get something. But I know a lot of people are wired that kind of way. And I think, at least I know, I'm always talking like disabled people are always nice and fun to have around. Disabled people can be the same asshole as everyone else. A disability is not changing who you are as a character. So yeah, there can be the most entitled person sitting in a wheelchair that is thinking the whole world is spinning around them, and this person is annoying everyone. And the problem is, those people most of the time are the loudest. And those people most of the time destroying everything else around it for the rest of us. And again, I never saw so many people in a wheelchair like at Disney World. It's so ridiculously crazy, and yeah, it's definitely not the case at Universal, because again, at Universal, I think nearly I only saw, I think, a few support animals, for an example, but I think they are legit. And I know, at least in America and here in Europe, you need to have your dog certified. So an emotional support animal or support dog should never be allowed in the parks, because those are not trained dogs. I know the blind dog of my friend. I know Thor. I take care of him quite often. He is a well-behaved dog. He knows everything, and he will never make any trouble. Only if you remove everything on him and he can be a normal puppy, he will be a little bit crazy in his head. Then you see the real Thor is coming up, not the working Thor. And the real Thor is sometimes a little much to handle. But in a theme park, I would never ever put his working gear away. So if I would take him with me, he would always have his working gear on him, because this is how it should be. And why in the first way would I take Thor with me to a theme park? It's just not making sense, because even if my blind friend is coming with me, I don't think that we would take Thor with us. She would rely on us, and I think Thor would just have a chill out day at home. But if you rely on your animal, I mean, there are so many amazing service animals that can smell a stroke or smell your blood sugar level and stuff like that. And those animals are important for their owners. And they are well trained. And Universal is providing crates for them at every attraction. And this is good. But I see, and I hate the arguments with people with the social support, emotional support animals. I saw a discussion once in front of Universal with someone who wanted to have his emotional support dog into the parks. And Universal was just saying no. If he's or she is not a certified dog, certified service animal, he is not going into the park. And I can completely understand why, because you have so many people, so many more noises going on. Yeah, emotional support snake could perfectly come with you to a Universal. I mean, and this is where things are just getting crazy. They think it's their right to take the emotional support animal with them. And it's not your right. And it's not a service animal. And I know a lot of airlines also have the exact same issue with this kind of stuff. A service animal is a well-trained animal, and those animals are freaking expensive. An emotional support animal, I can go and take one of my chickens and say it's my emotional support animal, support chicken, and it will get certified. I would never have the idea of taking my chicken with me grocery shopping. And especially with animals like a snake. There are people around that are scared and afraid of snakes. You will give other people around you an anxiety attack because of your snake. And this in my opinion is entitlement. When you do stuff like that, when you're not thinking about what your reaction is doing to people around you, this is entitlement. It's not entitlement to use the AAP and ask for special assistance if you need. I mean, I think those are so different topics that are getting thrown all together all the time, all the way. And this is really, really pissing me off because, again, an emotional support snake? No. If you need your service animal because you have high blood sugar, definitely. Those are different. And in my opinion, it's good that Universal is taking care of it. I mean, especially with a snake, I don't know how often they need to poop or stuff like that. Do you want to have stuff like that hanging around in the theme park? And I mean, just think about the animal. Taking a snake with you, I mean, you will stress out that animal so badly. And even with a normal dog that is not trained as a service animal, you will stress your dog so badly when you're taking it into a theme park environment. Because you have all the smells going on. You have so many noises, and it's nearly like for an autistic person because your dog will get overstimulated immediately, and then his or her behavior can become unpredictably. Yeah, I mean, my chickens laying eggs is not the worst part. They are shitting everywhere. Just imagine taking them with me into a waiting line. I mean, this is something, it's really thin ice, I know, but I think if you have an anxiety problem, a real mental health problem, then it's more important for you to get help in the first place. And help is not meaning that everyone else around you needs to suffer with you together. And I think with those kind of service animals, it is kind of that way. I mean, there was a so funny sketch, I just love it, with Velociraptor, with the guy who is training the raptors in the movies, and he wants to have Blue with him as an emotional support raptor. And yeah, he was looking, I think it was Delta, into their guidelines, and there was no thing that was saying raptor is not allowed into a plane. So he was really trying to convince Delta or American that it's okay to take a full-blown raptor with him on the plane. And yeah, end of the story, Blue was escaping in the airport. I just love this sketch, but I think it's going so much deeper than most people are thinking. I mean, I think this is just the perfect example of how some people are thinking about those service animals. They are like, oh, my dog is so well behaved. Yeah, your dog can be the cutest and nicest and funniest puppy at home. But bringing this exact dog for the first time without training to an airport environment, or even worse, inside of the plane, without knowing how he will react. Even Thor, the blind dog of my friend, he was trained in airplanes. They have at least once a year a training day at our local airport for the guide dogs. So they will just go off a fly and do all the boarding procedure and just see how the dogs are reacting. I mean, it's just the best day of the working life of the flight attendants to have a flight full with dogs and be able to play with them. But it is part of the training of the guide dogs. The same is going for movie theaters and theaters in general. The dogs is part of their graduation. They need to go to this kind of situations and show, hey, I am still a good dog. I am not going crazy. I will not bark. I will just sit here and relax. Those are the dogs that are certified. And yeah, dogs that are not certified, and I think it's not necessarily the problem of the dog. I mean, just imagine You are a small dog going to the theme park for the first time. Everyone is so much bigger than you. People are bumping into you. You have smells, you have noises going on. Everyone is screaming around you. Of course, the guide dog, or not the guide dog, the emotional support animal could just go crazy in this kind of situation. And I would never say it's the fault of the animal. I would say if your social anxiety is that high that you need that dog, there should be a way of training those emotional support animals as well and get them certified. So people that know how to train those kind of animals will train emotional support animals. But at the moment, you can basically say, as I said, this is my emotional support snake, and by law, I want to go with her into the theme park. And then imagine, I mean, this could becomes such a funny Harry Potter situation. Imagine going with a snake into a Wizarding World of Harry Potter, and you want to go to Gringotts, and they need to put your emotional support snake into the crate. No one is paying attention, and as soon as you want to collect the snake again, you see, hey, your snake is gone. Just imagine the fun that will go on backstage if your snake would escape and everyone will look for your emotional support snake in the Harry Potter area. I mean, you will see the real Slytherins in this second, I guess. I mean, I know I am an evil person that I'm even thinking about stuff like that, but I think it's just underlying my point on if you need an emotional support animal, get it trained. And maybe there could be another discussion of taking them into the theme parks. And yeah, I mean, just imagine the chaos that would interrupt if a snake is getting loose in a theme park. It's so hilarious. It would be crazy. So again, if your social anxiety is not allowing you to go to a theme park without an emotional support animal, there should be a solution that those animals get trained. But otherwise, those spaces are only open for trained service animals because they are trained to behave and to react in this kind of situations. I mean, Thor is really, really helpful, especially when you don't know where the next restroom is. Just ask Thor, hey, I need to go to the restroom, and Thor will show you the way. We misused this dog so many times when we got lost when we were hiking. We are just like, Thor, show us the way. We don't know where our car is. Thor, look for the car. I mean, it's ridiculous how often we misused this poor animal, but hey, we make sure we have a lot of treats for him afterwards. But this is what he is trained for. And yeah, this is something, this needs to get passed into a law. I mean, here in Germany, it is even more ridiculous because we don't have the same certification process for service animals like you have in the States. So yeah, our dogs get certified. They are blind dogs. Thor is capable of everything that an American blind dog would do. But for an example, he don't have the passport for flying. My blind friend loves to go to Egypt. She loves to go swimming with the dolphins there, and she has a lot of friends. But she can't take Thor with her because it's not in the EU. Egypt is in Africa, and when they come back, Thor needs to go into quarantine for 3 or 4 weeks. And this is just not going to happen because my friend needs her dog in day-to-day life activities. So this is the reason why we are taking Thor so often, because she wants to go on a vacation and it's not possible to go with her dog. The same is going when she just wants to go snowboarding or skiing. This is just a place where she's telling everyone, yeah, technically I could bring my dog with me. Maybe Thor will have fun in the snow in a ski resort, but I have enough to do to make sure I am safe when I am skiing with my skiing instructor. I don't want to take care of a dog while I'm doing it. And I think it's a healthy way of doing so. And most of the time when she's going skiing, she's going with a group with blind people. So everything is set up. This is another reason when we are taking over this little dog. And again, I will misuse Thor every time if I need to. But he is capable of doing so. And I would, or better saying, we were in a zoo with him. Normal animals would not be allowed, but we just put him on his uniform and we were like, yeah, his owner just wants to train him again. It was the case, she just wanted that he was able to smell all those different animals and have a little bit of extra training, because he is unfortunately in love with birds. This is something he got retrained a couple of times. And yeah, this is the reason when we are taking him to a zoo, just to make sure, hey, you will smell all the birds and please don't act. And if he is not acting at the end of the day, everything is fine. But if he is, again, acting when he is seeing birds or smelling birds, then he needs to go to full retraining. And this is how serious those service animals get trained. If they see a single habit or stuff that is going on with the animal, they will get retrained or they will get out of service. And Thor, I mean, maybe he will have 2 or 3 more years as a guide dog. He had borreliose a couple of years ago, so a lot of shaking is going on in his back legs all the time, especially when he's getting excited. And she needs to rely on him. And yeah, I think it's a 3rd guide dog. I was like, if Thor is retiring, he will become my dog. No question asked, I will take him. He will have the best of retirement program in his life. So yeah, again, it's the different from taking Thor with me to a theme park or taking your emotional support snake with you to the theme park. And I think this is a discussion we really need to have. And I don't want to say to people that emotional support animals are bullshit. They definitely aren't. They can definitely reduce your anxiety and stuff like that. But then maybe we should figure out a way of a real certification process and not just, hey, this is my cat, she's now an emotional support animal. No, they have to make sure that she is falling into different categories, because this is something I only heard from the Disney program recently of cast members that are doing the program since COVID. It's getting out of control with all of the emotional support animals, because Disney can't do anything. It's the law in Florida that you can move in with your emotional support animal. But one thing Disney is really not doing well is you don't have the option of saying, I don't want to live with an animal. And if you are maybe allergic to a cat or a dog, this can become a serious problem. Or even if you're getting scared of dogs, then I think, I don't know if you are that unstable emotionally, if a place like the Disney College program is the right place to be. Because, I mean, for us internationals, it was really relaxing, but we only had merchandise, food and beverage, and some pavilions had attractions. You don't had those high intense positions. At the college program, you could basically get pulled into any position and on property. You could also end up maybe in house cleaning or mousekeeping stuff and those kind of positions. And just think about the crazy opening hours at Magic Kingdom. And during high season, you will work so many hours, so many overtime. And if you're not emotionally stable, this will get to you. Even I was during vacation time sometimes in a place where I was like, I just can't do it anymore. I was so often thinking about calling in sick, but never did it, never had a point on my Disney report because I am a good cast member. But again, nowadays, it's all about emotional support animals. And this is where the snake reference from Amber is coming from, because someone was actually showing up at the property with an emotional support snake. And the roommates that wanted to move in this apartment were just like, no, this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. An emotional support goldfish, we would maybe accept it. But we will not accept a full-blown emotional snake in our apartment. Then just go outside and play with the snakes in Florida. This was a real suggestion from one of her roommates. Yeah, and I think this was not the only kind of awkward situation moving in with those kind of animals. I mean, you need to think about the animals as well. Just imagine an apartment cat. I mean, so many people in this apartment, and you need to make sure the cat is never escaping. I would never forgive myself if the cat, my apartment cat, would escape and maybe is getting eaten by an alligator in the worst case. This is something I would never ever forget myself. And yeah, you need to think about stuff like that, that every roomie is accepting to the animal. And then imagine, because again, Disney's not giving a shit about it, that a cat and a dog is moving in together and they are just absolutely hating each other. Then, again, a not trained dog who is barking all the time when the owner is not there. This is just stress for everyone else that is living around you. And I don't think this is the solution to have all of those emotional support animals. Again, if it's a certified guide animal, service animal, absolutely it should move in the apartments. But most of the time, at least back in the days, those people with a service animal got into a different part of the apartment complex with different rooms. So Disney made sure they get the right accommodation. But nowadays, in the new apartment complex, this is not going on. I mean, in my days, the only thing I was taking care of, I was like, if you put me in Vistaway, I will go back with the next plane to Germany. This is my only thing. I am accepting this program if you're not putting me into Vistaway. First choice would be Commons, because you had washing machine and a dryer in your apartment, but it was the most expensive one. But Patterson and, I can't remember the last name, Patterson and there was another one. But I'm not living on Vistaway. Just Google Vistaway and college program and you will see why. Those stories, all of the crazy stories in the program were coming out of Vistaway. There was a party going on every night, every freaking night. Those was the hardest party complex you can imagine. I mean, it was the cheapest one to live. If you just want to party and a place to sleep, this was your apartment. But especially the whirlpool at Vistaway. I mean, it's if you are like partying and stuff like that, you would enjoy staying there. But I was like, I am going in one of the complexes that are nice and calm. And having washing machine and dryer sounds like a perfect fit. I don't mind paying more rent and have a place where I really feel at home. At Vistaway, I definitely wouldn't feel at home. I visited a few friends from my German pavilion that were living there, and I was like, no way. No way I could deal with this shit. Every night, I need some kind of sleep sometimes. I heard that at the new apartment at Flamingos, this is the exact problem they are having now, because now they have 2 buildings, basically. And if one of those rooms is making a really big party, all your neighbors will hear it. And security tries to take it under control, but they don't get it under control. And this is something that, especially in my age, would really piss me off. And as you know, I applied for another program, and I really had a deep talk to the recruiter, and he was like, you would be the perfect Disney cast member, and you know it. But I don't think at the moment it is the Disney company you want to work for, because Disney is getting rid of all of the Disney cast members. And hearing this kind of information from an actual recruiter at Disney is just telling me something. And he was like, I have your number, I have your email address, and as soon as I see changing within the company, I will contact you and will offer you a place in the program again. But I think this, at the moment, it's just only about making money. It's not about making Disney magic anymore. I mean, I clearly can see it. I see the direction in which Disney is heading to, but again, I'm still sad about it. And I think this is something I accepted. It's okay to be sad about, to mourn about something you really loved at one point in your life. Still, Stitch is sitting there, so there he is sitting. Still love him. Maybe I will give him away one day to the children next door, because I don't know what to do with him. He has a crazy story attached to him. He is from London, he is from the Disney store, and he only costed £20. It was at this time, I think, €30. And he is big. It's not looking that big, but for size reference, you see my hand luggage, a yellow suitcase. He has the exact same size. And I was like, I want this freaking Stitch. And my friends were like, pardon me? You see how huge this animal is. And I was like, I want him. And they were like, it's the beginning of the day. We need to carry him around London. And I was looking at them. Those exact same people were buying a mahjong game out of wood that was weighing, we weighed it at the end, 10 kilograms in Harrods, and we take turns in carrying it around London all day. And those guys wanted to argue with me about a plush. And I was like, I will make sure. Okay, he basically filled up the whole suitcase on my way back, but he made it back. And this is the story behind him, and this is the reason why he is still here. Because most of the rest of my Disney stuff is just gone at that point. I maybe will take my Disney pins with me and just give them away to Disney fans at Universal. Put them in the laundry facilities, but yeah. This is how I said goodbye to the company, and I think it's completely fine and legit. I enjoy Universal so much as a visitor, and yeah, this is my happy place at the moment. Maybe it's changing again someday. Maybe someday I'm like, hey, SeaWorld is beautiful. I don't like SeaWorld because I think their disability program, the RAP, is crap. But maybe someday they will changing it and it will go on. I never owned a Clarabella toy, but did you know about I think you know about the Disney outlets at International Drive. One is 10 minutes away from Universal and the other 10 minutes away from Disney Springs, and both of them have Disney outlets. If you want to buy Disney stuff, I would always go to those outlets. My last Loungefly cost me, I think, the Riviera Loungefly was $30. I think in the resort it was around $120, and in the outlet it was just $30. And I got a Disney t-shirt with Hey Hey because I love chickens for $2.50. So, and in the parks it was around $25. So always go to the outlets if you want to buy Disney stuff. Sometimes they have even the same merch available as in the parks. You will hate yourself to pay full price if the stuff is already at the outlets. So, yeah, this is the same. I mean, of course, Jake, I think, wants to go to the Disney outlets. But I'm not sure if my healing journey is this far at the moment that I want to go to the Disney outlets after the last change out of things with Disney. I don't think that I really want to go to the Disney outlet and spend their single penny, because I don't think that the Disney that is going on at the moment deserves the money. And seeing $220 for $219 sorry, for a day ticket next year. I think the cheapest annual pass at Universal is starting at 300 or 400. 2 days at Disney or an annual pass for Universal, yeah, I don't need to think twice. Sorry. And I don't know if it was during my last live stream, we looked up the day tickets for Universal and it was something like $70 or $79. So a third of the price of Disney. And then if you want to add a park hopper option to Disney, then stuff are getting really, really interesting price-wise. And if you then maybe also want to add on the water parks, yeah, it's just crazy. I paid for 2 week tickets at Universal, Epic, and Volcano Bay included $500. And I think this is a fair price for 2 weeks. And I could use it as a down payment for the annual pass. And I think I paid $300 now and got the highest tier. So I think this is definitely more affordable. And yeah, I think Disney is not realizing it, that they are outpricing normal day-to-day human beings. Just look at our society and our economy, prices going up and up and up. I can understand when Disney is raising the prices a little bit, but I think it's not the smartest way in doing it with the entrance tickets. It would be smarter maybe to add 50 pence on a Coke, small adjustments throughout the park. You can still make a little bit more money, but it's not the smartest way to do it on the entrance tickets because you are outpricing way too many people. And then the parking situation on top of it, this is just making me completely angry and frustrated with Disney because at Universal, if you are having any hotel at International Drive, you can just use Lynx Bus and go directly to Universal. Easy as that. There is a stop at City Walk, so you are close to the resort buses, no more walking than resort buses. It's $2, and I haven't seen it, I don't know where, but I heard that there's also a Lynx stop at Epic Universe. So Universal is not forcing you and renting a car to get around. Because Disney is taking it on such a ridiculous and cruel level. Back in the days, you could go with Lynx Bus to City Ticket and Transportation Hub, use the Monorail to Epcot and Magic Kingdom, you can still do it. And then there were buses running to Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom from there. They got rid of those buses because they want the money from the parking tickets. And now you need to use the monorail, go to the Grand Floridian, walk through the half of the resort, go down to the bus stop, and from there you can choose to go to Animal Kingdom or Hollywood Studios. Or go on the Skyliner and go to the resort buses, and it's crazy. It's just crazy and annoying in my opinion. And I still don't like it that Universal is charging you for your rental car, but at Surfside I would always say, hey, there was a Walgreens next door. If I want to rent a car, I would always park my car there, or maybe at City, or maybe at the IHOP or stuff like that. I would not pay for getting my car there. Yeah, I can completely understand it. I am still mourning those old Disney vacations, and if I really want to go to Disney, I am only going to Japan, because those parks are not licensed by Disney. 2 years ago, I paid $40 for a full day at Disney Springs. Even if you buy 2 normal tickets, you are $80 and you could park hop. It's nothing you would do in Japan. This ticket system, I think, is not even offering park hopping. But if you want to, this would be a way. And I think $40, of course. And it's still the old Disney magic. They still have Splash Mountain up there. And the KISS customer service is still Disney level customer service. And if I want to go to Disney, this is the only Disney park in the world I would consider going to again. Because Disney Japan is just telling Disney, you are going the wrong way, because people love coming to Japan. They are traveling only to Japan to go to their Disney parks. And there's a reason for it. And then compare only the entrance tickets. And at Disney Springs, at least, it's a long time since I was at Disneyland Tokyo. At Disney Springs, you will have vending machines where you can buy an ice cold drink for 200 yen. It's under, I think, $1.30 or stuff like that at the moment. So really affordable, an ice cold drink out the vending machine, and they are Disney branded. Those are special water bottles and stuff like that, Disney collab, and yeah. Even a popcorn bucket with refill, I think I paid $10 for a really cute Winnie the Pooh one. I made the mistake, I went for matcha and I didn't realize it was matcha, and I hate matcha. So all of the popcorn was just ending up in the bin. But I saw the strangest taste in popcorn ever at Disney Sea. Don't you ever thought about that you maybe want roast beef popcorn? I mean, come on. Roast beef popcorn. This was... a part of me was like, I really want to try it out. But I don't want to throw it away after a few bites, that when I realize that this stuff is disgusting. Even the themed food at Disney Japan I never paid more than $10 for a full meal. And I always go for dessert and a drink with my meal. So it is so affordable. And their single rider lines are so efficient. I am obsessed with the Indiana Jones coaster they have there, because those we have in Disneyland Paris are completely bullshit. I hate it, but I'm a huge Indiana Jones fan. And this coaster is one of the best coasters I've ever ridden on in my life. So I love it really, really much. And they have a single rider line, and I never waited more than 2 minutes. It was always, almost every time a walk on. Perfect. They are so efficient in using the single rider lines. Perfect. And so I always ask them, hey, this is my problem. And always they are like, yeah, you can go directly to the pre-show. This is one thing I don't like about Disney Japan. I mean, I am able to speak Japanese. I am able to read Japanese. But their version of Serwin has a complete different backstory. It has nothing to do with the ones in Disney World and California. So it's basically the invention of flight. And you are going with a girl on her falcon. This is the backstory for Serwin. And if you are not able to speak Japanese, the whole pre-show is only in Japanese. And they have screens, and I was like, why don't you just put English words on the screen so people that are not able to speak Japanese can read them? This would be really, really good. The same is going for Tower of Terror. It's a complete different story. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Twilight Zone. It's an exploration story again. It's a really cool story. The ride itself, it's nearly the same, but the story around it is completely different. And in the pre-show, I was like, it would really be helpful to have those subtitles. I mean, in Disneyland Paris, they will start the French version, but the French version always has subtitles in English. And I know for fact when there were enough guests who are asking for the English version, they can just switch the English version on in Tower of Terror for the pre-show and for Haunted Mansion, Phantom Manor. And I think this is the best solution. And this is something Japan really should doing. They really should work with more subtitles, and obviously train maybe their cast members or hire more cast members that are able to speak English. The translation devices are functioning pretty well, and they always really are helpful and want to help you out. But yeah, one thing I really didn't like in Disney Sea is the night show. I mean, in theory, it's beautiful on the lake with all the stuff that was going on in the water, but for some reason it was just not catching me. I heard a lot of people are loving it, and what I love so much about Disney Sea is that it is the old version of Disney from Walter Elias Disney, because you have so much Jules Verne influence in the front park of the park. You have the volcano, you have Journey into the middle of the earth, into the center of the earth. You have 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and you have all of the old Disneyland attractions, the water attractions with the Nautilus and stuff like that. And this is what I am really appreciating at Disney Sea. And one thing really, really funny, I thought the Disney Sea was called the Disney Sea because they have the lake in the middle of the park. Then I was standing in Disney Sea and I was like, you have the sea directly in front of the theme park. You can see all the cruise ships, all the stuff is coming into Tokyo, in and out. And I was like, this is why it's called Disney Sea, because it's located at the sea. And then Panic Me was really starting in, yeah, okay, this place is so screwed in case of a tsunami. Because this is something I think normally you would never think about. But when you're walking around in Japan and see all of the tsunami warnings, and I witnessed a few earthquakes. Never a big one, but those are scary. And the tsunami is, in my headspace, the worst way of dying. I don't know. And I know every time I'm going to Japan, I try just not to think about stuff like that. I'm like, okay, it's only... This is the crazy fact that most people don't know. Most of the time it's the Tokyo area that's affected. This is directly located on the Ring of Fire. This place is just screwed one day. In Osaka, you have way less earthquakes. In Tokyo, you also are getting screwed because what people not realizing, Mount Fuji is an active volcano. If the earthquake is big enough, this volcano could interrupt and Tokyo would be under ash like Pompeii in a couple of days. And calculations are showing Osaka will still be fine. And I really love Hokkaido, the north of Japan, and they also barely had many serious earthquakes. It's just this part of Japan where Tokyo is located and to the other side of the coast. Those part is most affected by all of the natural disasters. And yeah, but I think, I know, maybe this mindset is crazy, but I have the mindset, I am going to die at one point in my life anyway. This is the only thing that is certain. I mean, I was in Chernobyl for fun. This was nothing I did as a journalist. This was something I did for fun. And people are looking me in my eyes and they are like, you are something else. And I was like, I was just so fascinating about how the area is looking when humans left. This was the big thing that fascinated me about Chernobyl, to see what is left when the humans are gone. I mean, the tour was crazy. We had radiation jokes from Kiev until the exclusion zone. I guess I'm glowing in the dark now. I don't know. And they were stopping in front of the power plants for selfies. I mean, you needs to be a little bit crazy to go on a tour through Chernobyl. And they were ticking all those crazy boxes. It was ridiculous. But looking back of it, it was one of the best trips I've ever done. I was also in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I think those museums are so different. They experience the exact same thing, the bomb, the drop of those small little presents from America, and the museums are doing a complete different job. I think Hiroshima is doing it crazy. I saw school groups, students 12 years old inside of this museum, and they show you everything. I was nearly getting traumatized in this museum, seeing how the skin is falling off the bones because of the radiation. Those pictures are still staying with me, and they were showing everything in Hiroshima. In Nagasaki, it's more they educate you. They are deeply going into Oppenheimer and stuff like that. I, as a research person, like more the Nagasaki approach, and it was not that harsh. Yeah, they still had an exhibition of stuff they found afterwards, and it was still a lot to take into, but yeah. And then another place I will never forget is New York with the 9/11 memorial. I not often share this story because I am scared that I will never get allowed into the United States again. But terrorist Arta, Flight 11, North Tower, lived in my hometown, and my father drove him to the airport. He drove him quite often. They becoming friends, and for the last time before he took a plane and visited one of the towers, he said goodbye to my father. And my father was like, okay, he is just going back with his family or stuff like that. He is done with his studies, with his university. And a couple of days later, we all saw the event. And yeah, we were visited by high security persons here in Germany, and they questioned us everything, but there was nothing we did wrong. Nothing he did wrong because he just couldn't have known. That's it. And the fun fact is, even people at my broadcasting company are attached to him. One of them lived with him in the same student apartment. It's crazy because everyone is telling the exact same story. He was such a nice and kind and normal person. And then you saw the pictures. And 9/11 Memorial really helped me close that chapter and not thinking about it that much. I mean, it's not my fault, it's not the fault of my father, and there was really nothing he could have done to stop all of this happening. Even if he did, there were a lot of other planes going, so I don't know. We couldn't have changed history, let's face it this way, but I am still connected to this event, and it was hard for me to visit this museum. It was, I think, one of the hardest things I did. I mean, the other one of the hardest things I did was going to one of the campsites here in Germany, the Dachau one. We have Auschwitz, but this is not Germany anymore, this is Poland now, but Dachau also had one of those famous chambers, and just thinking of the reality of German history, it was really, really hard. I mean, I did a group tour with Americans because I was like, I don't want to do it with Germans. I don't know, for any reason, my stomach was telling me, go with the Americans, it would be a better tour. And I had just the best guide of my life. His name was also Jake. He was from Chicago. His grandmother died in Auschwitz, and he is Jewish and married to a Christian now. And he had the same coping mechanism as I, a dark humor. He was making so many questionable jokes inside of the camp. But for people like me that are wired the same way, this is our way of coping. I made the worst jokes at Chernobyl. Not that I don't care, but this is just my coping mechanism. It's not that I'm a bad person, it's just the way I'm wired. The same is going on as a journalist. People were just so shocked sometimes because I am like, everyone you were asking, they were like, oh my god, you are such a nice girl, you couldn't destroy a fly or stuff like that. And then they just see my real me and they are like, you are an evil, evil human being. And I'm like, yep, that's me. I mean, you shouldn't do stuff like that, but there was an incident in a train where someone was going with a knife through the train and killed several people, and we were the first camera team in the area, so we needed to go, and were there before some of the first responders. And we saw really, really shit hit the fan there, and I said so many questionable things that even our mental health supporter at our broadcasting company was like, you have some serious issues going on when you're making jokes about it. And I'm like, yeah, but this is what's keeping me distance from this event. So I am not getting traumatized, because co-workers that are not doing that are getting traumatized. And this is what people don't realize about journalism. We are seeing, when we are going to war, and I was in Afghanistan, we will see the same crap as war soldiers. But soldiers are prepared for this kind of stuff. My training as a journalist was 1 week with our Bundeswehr, with our soldiers, and basically it was just like, please just survive. We will teach you how to survive and always stay behind us. They were basically hired just to keep me alive. So yeah, and even there I was making so bad jokes with those soldiers. Maybe I had traumatized my co-workers there as well, I don't know, but yeah, it was just my way of coping, seeing all that shit happening. And this is what people just don't realize, that journalists are so freakingly traumatized. Even as a local journalist, when you are going to a stabbing or an attack that is going on, you see this freaking stuff, and no one is thinking about the journalist. It's always clapping for the soldiers, for the firefighters, for the first aid responders. And I absolutely agree. Those are the heroes. You should clap for them. But you should also think about the journalists that are providing the pictures and the material. Especially during 9/11. This was something that was pissing me off. Even in New York, everyone was thanking the firefighters, and it's absolutely right. But I think at this point I nearly saw every documentary, and no one was thanking the journalists. And this is something I'm really sad about. The same was with the virus situation. I mean, I was the girl that never took it too serious, because I was like, I will die someday, so if it's this cold, then let it be. But we were the first that needed to go to the ICU units and show all the pictures. No one was thanking a single journalist for going to the ICU units, to the hospitals. Yeah, we were the highest risk group at the virus, and we were the last group to get the vaccination of it. Just let it sink in. And here in Germany, they were clapping for everyone. They were clapping for the grocery workers. And I mean, in general, we don't pay them the gratitude they need to have. And I don't want to be an asshole, but I think we are never thinking about the journalist. I know I don't agree about what is going on in the mainstream media at all. I know how manipulative it is, because I worked there for 11 years. I know how daily news is getting made. I know that the people that are making the decisions are most of the time are heavily political influenced. But not every journalist is a bad journalist. I can guarantee you that. I mean, at one point I was just like, I don't want to have to do anything with politics, because this is something, it's just making me mad. I had an interview with a Green someone from the Green Party. It was not ending well. He specifically said that he will never ever do an interview with me again, so you can guess in which direction it was going. And the only reason why he hated me so much was like, I just wanted to have, because I think it was about a place where a garbage destroying facility should get built. And I was like, I can completely understand why you don't want to have it here in a nature park, here in the nature. I can completely understand it. I am always a girl that wants to preserve nature. But you still need to find a solution. We still need the facility, because it couldn't be an option to say we will ship all of our garbage, our plastic to India, where it's ending up in the sea. and then say, hey, we are so good in recycling because we just get rid of it, out of the way, out of the sea. And this was an argument he just don't want to have. And I was like, yeah, but this is real journalism. I'm so sorry that my co-workers are not doing real journalism anymore, but I was raised to high standards during my time as a 20 years a journalist. So I will not let something like this slip. And this is the reason why I got into more trouble into my broadcasting company, because I always wanted to ask questions and I always wanted to have real answers. And this was something that was not accepted by my head editor. And he made sure I had the worst life possible. So a lot of time I was spending in online, so I did online news. I just wrote for the homepage basically because I came from print media and I was specialized in taking pictures. I still love this kind of job, but there was so much bullying going on. And again, he hated me. He wanted to get rid of me. He tried to find every situation where he just can piss me on my leg. And I was just like, I just don't want to deal with this idiot anymore. There was one day, this is really still setting me up. I did CrossFit the other day, lost my grip during a toes to bars, so basically fall from the rig 2 meters onto my neck. Everyone in my gym thought I was dead, and I was like getting up and going back off again, and my trainer was like, no, we are treating it as a spinal injury. We will make sure that an ambulance is checking it out and we get a CT scan. It was nothing bad going on, so I was like, yeah, I still have a really, really bad concussion, but I have a talk with my head editor, and I was in such a bad condition that I throw up in his rubbish bin, and he was still going at me and telling me that I am the worst journalist in this whole entire broadcasting company. And I was just like, I have rights as a disabled person. I am just not doing this anymore. I will just talk to our union, to our disabled people, and then we have another meeting. And I went straight up to the chief editor of our whole company. So our company is producing the main news as outlet in Germany. And I was like, I am not having this chief editor going on anymore. You need to get me into another department or this is not going to end well. I will not quit, but giving me a few more months with him, you will have a reason to fire me. Let's be real. And everyone was just so shocked. And the reason behind it was like, he felt threatened because I am smart. He was not even able to speak English. So he felt threatened by a woman who was smarter and better as her job as him. And yeah, this was the reason for all the stuff that was going on. One of the first things he told me in my face, yeah, you are way too ugly to work as a journalist. And I'm just like, this is the reason why I wasn't working in front or behind the camera in the beginning with the company. I was completely certified to do that, but he made sure that there was just no opportunity for me to be in front of the camera. So I was like, okay, we will talk about it, because this is something I'm not letting slip, because this is clearly personal what is going on. Because we have every day a meeting, and all of the things, the best journalist, the best article of the day is getting named in the meeting, and at least once a week my name was up on this list. So this is a sign that I am doing a great job. I am doing and showing and making stories that the people want to watch and want to read. So it is clearly not my work as a journalist that is pissing him off. And then I just switched to the department of our local magazine that is just making reports and documentations about things that is going on in our county. I really love it because now I can really specialize on social topics. For you, Amber, I need to think about it because of one shooting I did, a severe autistic boy with a lot of epilepsy going on. And the mother and his father were taking care of him 24/7. The only time of day that was left for them was when he was in school. Then the mother was crying on the couch and telling me working is a freedom. And this is a phrase, especially as a German, you will never hear. It's something that is so badly connecting with our past, and yeah, but she really meant it. Because it is the only time of the day when she is working that she is able to talk to other people. They can't have guests around and stuff like that. And then our state is coming and yeah, they want, or I don't know if they did, because this is something I can't follow up with those kind of topics because I would get emotional attached and it's not good for me. So I don't know how it was ending. But our state wanted to cut the fundings of the vacation time for those people. They were like, yeah, he is now 12 years old and only in the first few classes, for the first 4 school years, there was this vacation program going on for these kids. So basically, they were telling this family, you will never ever have a vacation again in your life. And yeah, she really, really was crying, and I can understand, and I could relate so heavily to her. Those things sticking more with me than going to a knife stabbing. And I was so angry about it. And I remember I had, for the Soul documentary, interview set up with someone from the school. He was also really pissed, and then I had to do an interview with the politician who decided this. And I was just not holding back. Because I am like, I mean, on paper, yeah, I know you need to save money. But this is not the right place to save money. I can name you 100 projects you can get rid of to get the money for the founding for this project. Because otherwise, the worst thing that could happen, this family is getting a burnout, and what is then happening to this child? So, yeah, those are the kinds of interviews that are sticking with me. And the worst part is, I mean, it was nearly in Hamburg, so it was 100 miles from us. We needed to drive back 100 miles, and we were sitting in the car on the way back, and no one was talking. And I had a camera team with me. That was fun. We were doing crazy shit normally all the time together, but no one was talking. And then we got a call. Yeah, in the school nearby, there is an active school shooting going on. No information whatsoever. They didn't know if someone died, if it's really shooting or stuff like that. And those are just the worst moments as a journalist, when you are driving up to this school and you just don't know anything. So the problem was we were not using one of our company cars, so they didn't want to let us through to the school. After a lot of arguing, they were like, okay, and as soon as we left the car, you could smell shooting gun powder. Yeah, and you saw all the children coming out of the school, and I was just like, those are the days I just really hate my job. Those are the days where I just don't like it, because I just don't want to see a dead body. I mean, maybe it's selfish, but another story that is not funny, but it's just showing you how lucky I am with this kind of circumstances. It was the midnight preview of Avengers Endgame. And a guy, a couple of rows in front of me, got a heart attack and died during the screening. Just let it sink in. His girlfriend was sitting next to him. I mean, they had emotional support therapists immediately there at the cinema. But I mean, this is just showing you how short your life can be. I mean, I think he was a complete nerd. Everyone in this movie theater who is going midnight preview to Avengers Endgame, everyone is a nerd. And yeah, I think this is what people don't understand, how bad those kind of situations can get. And I think it's my journalistic training. I am really, really good in just turning off my emotions. I mean, maybe it's not good for me emotionally, but when I see something like this happen, I am able to turn off my emotions completely and don't get emotionally attached to it. The fun fact is the priest who made my confirmation was the first responder from the psychological side, and he was like, I am seeing you quite often in these kind of circumstances in the last couple of years. And I'm like, yeah, I am just not know why I am attracting all of this kind of stuff. But at least I know that in the worst case scenario, I am the person that can stay calm. I mean, this is something that is always good to know. And yeah, I mean, we still have some fun times, especially with this kind of camera team when I'm out with them. I mean, it's another inclusive topic. This is the reason why I'm bringing it up, because it was showing me that we can make a difference. We had a wheelchair user, and she wanted to go to a German Christmas market in Lübeck. It's 60 miles from us, but it's the most beautiful one. And I was like, yeah, I really want to do this kind of topic. And as soon as we enter the parking lot, we saw all of the snow from the entire area was shipped onto the disabled parking lot. So our day was starting off really, really strong, I would say. Then we wanted to go into one of their churches because they promoted it for a lot of small little shops. And she was like, I really want to go. And they said it's completely accessible. But they had 3 stairs. And I was like, how are you even considering this kind of circumstances accessible? And without our help, she wouldn't be able at all to get into the church. I mean, we had all the proof with our camera guy. He was filming everything. And then, this is the example I'm coming off a lot with, where I realized that the whole Christmas market was set up with cobblestones and snow. It was a nightmare for her to just move around. And then she wanted to do some carnival games. And I was like, hey, I am a child in heart, I will play with you. But she wasn't able to because everything was way high too up for her. And I realized this is not acceptable. And then I was like, can you see anything that is offered to buy from those stands? And she was like, no, I can't. And then, I mean, maybe I shouldn't talk about it, but sometimes we are drinking when we are shooting. So we were going for Glühwein. And even then, she wasn't able to put her cup on the table with our cups because it was way too high for her. And we filmed everything. We stayed calm and just showed the city and everyone how not accessible this Christmas market is. And the firefighter who are giving the clearance for the Christmas market were like, next year all of this needs to change or we will not opening up this Christmas market. So I'm really interested in how this Christmas market will change this year, but I think this is just a good thing. And another thing, just to show you how crazy stuff can be with when you are on a job with the right people. I mean, never ever, just a disclaimer, our driver never ever drunk. But it was a nice thing. It was we were booked for the whole day, so it was a nice day thing. Basically, all of the farmers decorated their tractors, and with the decorated tractors, they were heading to the children hospital and decorate them, and had a lot of donations, a lot of money, a lot of presents for the children that can't leave the hospital. And yeah, a friend of mine, she loves to get drunk. So she started with the farmers at the starting point. Then there was at one point a small little village that did a firework and stuff like that. There she went for the next round. And then you can't make this shift up with this girl. She saw a garage party going on through a village we were driving through, and she was like, I want to be here. And she was like, I want to film when the tractors are going by. She didn't give a shit about the tractors. She just saw that they were handing out free alcohol. And so she started just drinking with them, heavily drinking, eating all the food and going to their restaurant. I felt so embarrassed, and after we arrived in Lübeck at the hospital, first thing we did was going to McDonald's, and I was like, this is just so ridiculous what is going on in the moment. And so she was pretty drunk, and I was like, you can't interview the chief doctor of this hospital in your condition. Let me do the interview. And she was like, no, I'm fine. And I was like, at least please use a little bit of peppermint. Lucky for her, he was so excited, because for me, if you are just putting a camera in front of my face, I don't care. It's my day-to-day job. But for him, he was so freaked out by being in front of a camera. This was her luck, because he was not realizing how drunk she was during that interview. And yeah, she fell asleep on the way back and had a great time. And then we have sometimes, I will never forget another shooting. She was like, yeah, I really want to eat some cookies. You know, cookies with wheat in them. And I was like, in which direction is this now going to? And she was like, yeah, I'm doing it quite often together with my son. And I'm like, okay. And then the person who was driving was like, why are you so shocked? I don't know a single one working for this broadcasting company who is not on speed. And I'm like, I've never touched any kind of drugs in my life. Maybe this is explaining a lot about the work environment I am in, but okay, it's crazy how they admit to stuff like that. And I mean, good for them if they have a good day. I mean, I understand by certain kind of people that you can't work with them without being drunk. There are definitely person like this in our company. I mean, this was one of the bad days. I still was working with my favorite co-worker. I was doing the online thing. She was doing the TV stuff. And we just had the worst camera women and worst camera sound women in the entire company. They are just a pain in the ass. Just to give you an example what idiots they are. You know, I have the disability, and our car was parked 2 miles from the last point. So on the way to this last point, our camera team was taking us with them. And afterwards, they were just letting us walk on pure ice back and driving by with their car without stopping and thinking about us. It took us, because I was so slow in moving, 2 hours to get back to the car. Those kind of co-workers I'm talking of. And the best filming location you can have for an argument. We were filming and shooting in a jail, in an actual jail. The inmates worked on a children's book to explain to their kids why they are in jail. It was quite cute, and I think it's a good thing to do and get them ready to go back into the normal world. I completely am behind this project, but with this camera team, it was just, they were talking trash about my friend inside the vehicle, inside our car. They were talking trash about her for 30 minutes, which took us to go to the jail. My mood was on this level, so I was just like, slow down. I'm doing my job for online, and I don't need to deal with this shit. It's up to my coworker. She has my back, but okay. And in the jail, our camera woman wanted to give on the tone. She thought she was the journalist, I guess, because this is one I learned the first time in my life, that a team is not someone who's doing all the work. A team really means that everyone has a position that he or she is working on, and she is providing this work to the team to get a work done, as we do as a journalist. She is responsible to film the right stuff, to film the right directions, the right angles, to have the right pictures. I am taking the pictures for online. I am a photograph and I am writing out all of the words. Then you have, of course, the sound girl. She is responsible for all the sound, that the sound is good, being good. And the journalist on this job was just to make sure she has the right material, she has the story in her head, so she needs to set up the interviews in this way. This is the job as a journalist. And the camera woman was instantly interfering with the job of the journalist. It was so bad that the leader of the jail, it was also a woman, came to us and she was like, this is not a good work condition. And I was like, yeah, we know, but what can we do? And again, the time I went there to my union to talk about how I was treated at the company, I was going at that girl. Because when I am going to work, I think most of the time I dress up like you should as a journalist. I wouldn't wear graphic t-shirts or stuff like that. It depends. When I'm going on a sport event, I would wear my CrossFit clothes because you would get an easier connection to the athletes when they see that you are one of them. The same is when you're going to a nerdy stuff. Of course, I was at a convention here in Kiel about Star Wars and stuff like that. Of course, I would wear my NASA shirt at those kind of conventions. I think it's still important to connect. I, as a journalist, want to connect with the people I'm interviewing because you will get a lot more information when people are trusting you. And I am not an asshole journalist. Most of the time, when I have enough time, I will always say, hey, before I send it to my chief editor, I will give you the finished text and you can have a look through and see if I get something wrong or if you want me to change something. Of course, it's not happening when I have a really tight deadline, but yeah, I am most of the time a journalist that really wants them to have a good article, because for most of the time, this is what a lot of co-workers not realizing. We are working in this job every day. But for the people we are interviewing, maybe it's the first time ever in front of a camera. And you should always think about it, because I think then you will approach an interview completely different. And this is something I am always reminding myself, that it is not normal to have a camera in front of your face all the time. But yeah, I think those kind of behavior just shows you what is the problem. And this is something I realized, that journalism is one of the only jobs where you can have hyper creative persons like me. I have never a structure in my head when I'm writing a text. I know you have rules, how you should set it up, how you should tell a story. I know all of the rules, I've learned them. The same is going for taking picture. I know exactly how I should set up my camera for the perfect picture. But most of the time, I just throw away all of the rules and letting my creativity flow and going with what is feeling right. And this is where good pictures, at least for me, are getting, where I get the best pictures, when I'm just letting my creativity flow. I know for a lot of people, especially photographs, they are just going, okay, I need this blender, I need this shutter and stuff like that. I just feel it. And I think for me, it's a highly creative job, and the same is going for writing. I just feel the story. I just know how I am opening stuff up and stuff like that. But yeah, you have people like me, highly creative, but on the other hand, you will have highly analytic persons in the same job. And of course, this is never going to end well. And it's not my fault, but it's not the fault of the analytic person either. Because with a lot of creativity, most of the time comes a high emotion, which those people, the analytics, lack most of the time a lot of emotions. So you will have a lot of different kind of lifestyle going on. So I understand the approach from my broadcasting company that they don't want to have pair-ups that are working together all the time, because then you will get in a routine, and routine is bad for this job. So most of the time you will just get a camera crew assigned to. But with this camera crew, which I was shooting in the jail, I was like, you will make a note, I don't want to work with them ever again. She was such an asshole. I was just collecting my new press ID card. So I was wearing my Super Nintendo World Osaka shirt and a short. And she was looking at me as if I was wearing my PJs at work. And I was like, this is how I would go out in public. I am so sorry when it is offending you. I mean, good for you. If you want to dress up every time, good for you, but it's just not my style. And she was giving me the side looks, and I was just like, I just don't want to work with her anymore. This is just not going to end well. She is absolutely an energy vampire. She's sucking all the energy out of me, and no. And yeah, my company accepted this request, and my co-worker did the same. She was like, I am not working with them either, because at one point I will punch them in the face. I'm like, yeah, but normally you will not be able to choose in which team you will work on, just to keep stuff. Yeah, she is a miserable person inside, and to be honest, a lot of journalists are. I mean, I don't want to shit on my profession, but a lot of journalists are questionable people, because they will lie into your face just to get the right information and the right answer they can use against you. I would be so careful giving an interview, because they can be the meanest people in the world. And again, I am trying not to do so, but at one point, maybe I will have to, because it's, I mean, if people are treating me bad, I will treat them back either, but most of the time, I try to make the best story possible to show the people in the right light. But it's not always possible. And even in the jail, I was like, they are here for a reason. They probably did something really, really bad or really, really wrong. But hey, I think our judgment system made the decisions. They are here just to serve the sentences. And after that was clicked in my head, I was treating them like normal human beings. I was not being there and like, oh, you did something great, it's so bad, no, you should never be able to go out again. Every single one of them told us why they are in there for, and I think all of them were there for tax fraud. So I was like, okay, I can definitely live with it. I don't want to say that this is not a bad crime, but I think I could personally easier do an interview with those kind of people than with someone who did a bad thing to children. I don't think that I want to have a conversation with this kind of human beings, because again, as a journalist, you see stuff like that. You cover stories like that. And I really, really hope that someday we will take care of our journalists more. I mean, at the BBC in London, you have a wall of pictures of all the journalists that lost their life during war coverage. And this was really sticking with me. Never ever you will see something in Germany. We don't even cover it. I think when you are lucky, your name will be on page number 10, and then they will mention that you got shot in a war. But yeah, I think it's just not fair. I think, again, firefighters, first aid responders, I have so much respect for them. But I think it's because journalists are sometimes such an asshole. And I can see it. I mean, again, I don't want to I want to stay out of politics, because I think all of them are bad. I wouldn't agree to a single party at the moment here in Germany. If there was a selection, I just don't know which I would vote for, but it's like, I mean, at least you only have two main parties. Here in Germany, we have at least six, and our right-wing party is gaining a lot of traction. And they hate the mainstream media, which I am working for. And I can understand why they are hating us. I can understand it, why they are protesting in front of our TV station. And I am the person who will always go out and try to talk to them and show them, hey, not all journalists are those kind of idiots. And you are seen, but most of my co-workers are not. And situations like this are escalating really, really high. And I mean, you will maybe think I'm crazy or too easy scared, but it has reached that point in my profession that I would not leave my broadcasting company without a scarf that can protect me from stabbing and a bulletproof and a stab-proof vest. It's that bad in the moment. Because again, you never know where you will end up on the day when you are out there for a documentary, and there are just crazy people out there at the moment. And I don't know the solution to any of that either, but I think the first step would be just to talk to each other again, I guess. This would, I think, help a lot, because I think a lot of the problems that are going on in the world at the moment are just from not talking to each other and just have an opinion made up without knowing the other side. And this is something I've learned in journalism school, that as a journalist, I should never ever be in a party at the first place. I never should have attention for a party or stuff like that, because I need to stay out of it. I need to be neutral, and this is something that I don't see in many journalists anymore. I mean, our broadcasting company only intervened the chief editor before the complete asshole. She was just the kindest, but she was removed from her position because she was running for a major in her city. So she was not able to work as a journalist, at least during the running time. And then we got this idiot on her position, but yeah, I think this kind of stuff is good. This is how it should be handled, because you can't talk about political stuff when you're so deeply involved. The same is going, I worked a long time for the youth, for the next generation of our handball players. My hometown is famous. We have the best handball team in the world. We won so many competitions, so many years, championships and stuff like that. And I am friends with all of the team members, with all of the coaches, really, really close friends indeed with some of them. And I was like going to my chief editor, and I was like, I just want to be honest. I just don't think I can write an article or talk about handball in a neutral way, because I am friend with Pete Petersen. It is one of the most famous handball players in the world and in this team of THW. And I don't think that I can be neutral when it comes to handball. And they were like, yeah, this is how it absolutely should be, by the way. Then there was, during the virus situation, my neighbor is the chief doctor at our university hospital. And I was like, I don't want to cover this topic because of that. Because I think I am not a neutral person when it comes to this topic, because I am talking to him about this topic all the time. And again, this is how journalism should handle a situation like that. But in reality, they will send exact those people to do those interviews. And of course, it will be a strong direction in maybe for the THW. When I am doing an interview, I will favor them more than the other team, definitely. And this should not happen in journalism. And another thing, I mean, I find it so funny for the person it happened to. It was just not. 2 years ago, my casting company saw something or wanted to try out a new thing called Instagram. All of us were like, great, you found Instagram, great. And I kid you not, for us online people, we had one iPhone that was available to the people that were living, that are working in that time, to upload all the stuff. And I was like, we don't need an iPhone. We can set it up on our normal internet provider, on our normal secure internet connection. This was new for them, just to give you an idea and on what kind of idiots I'm working with in my in the top positions in my company. And it was Kieler Week. I am a sailor. I not get seasick at all. I know a lot about the sport, but I am not favoring one team or stuff like that. So normally during the Kieler Week, most of the time they are just getting me out of the boats, because they know no matter how bad the conditions are, I'm coming back with the right material. I'm not throwing up. I'm not embarrassing the company. Because I am friend with a lot of the press boat drivers by this point, because I'm doing it every year. They told me a story of a girl who was never on water before. And she should go outside and take pictures for Instagram. Never on the water before. So she was already extremely scared in going on the boat. And again, I don't want to shame her or stuff like that. If you've never been on a sailing boat and you're maybe scared of water in general, this can be scary. And with my mobility issue, this is the one point in sailing I am always scared about: slipping and ending up falling between the boat and the land. But most of the time I am like, this is my camera, this is not going to fall into the water. When I am falling, I don't care, but my equipment needs to get dry on the boat. This is my approach on going on a boat. But she was so freaking scared to jump on the boat. They needed to have 3 press boat drivers to get her on the boat. And they didn't even leave the harbor. She got her first panic attack when they started the motor. And then they left the harbor, and it was a sunny day. There was not much going on. She got seasick from 3 waves. And the press boat drivers were like, no way that we are going 10 miles onto the open sea, because at my hometown, the Baltic Sea is opening up, and the next thing you will see is Denmark. And most of the sailing boat competition places are taking place between my hometown and Denmark. So yeah, it's on the open water, and they were like, there is no way we are going out on the open water with this girl, and she will not be able to see land at all in this point. And of course, even with this kind of condition, you will have waves. I mean, it's a safety issue. And I was like, yeah, of course. And the girl was shaking, and she was like, I don't want to do it. Luckily, I was still there, and I was like, hey, I have my camera with me. You can still make the money. I don't want you to get embarrassed. It's the last day of the sailing event, so there's a good chance you will never get assigned to stuff like that. And then just say no. You will make the money. I will just send you the pictures, and I will have a great time going with no speed limit with the boat, because I have a boat driver's license my own, and I just love to go as fast as I can with those kind of boats. And she was so grateful, and I had a great time, did all the pictures. And yeah, but this is what I don't understand. When you assign someone to such a harsh condition, check with them the basics. It's the same. I have one camera guy that is really allergic to dogs. Please let me know before we enter a shooting location with dogs inside it. I mean, those are basic questions you should ask your journalist before going to stuff like that. Or a lot of jobs you will not able to be doing when you are scared of heights. Just ask if you are comfortable of doing stuff like that, because this girl would have get traumatized, and again the boat driver would have not leave the harbor under these conditions, and I can understand because he is responsible for the safety on the boat. I am, on the other hand, I am that kind of crazy. It was such a stormy way. I mean, it was one of those boat classes that can take a lot. This was the reason why this race was still going on. It was again 10 miles outside, and we were on a small little boat. And the waves were at least 6 to 10 meters. So really, really high waves. We were wet as soon as we left the harbor, and I know, okay, I will be wet for the next 10 hours. I don't care. And my press boat driver was getting seasick so badly at one point. He was taking all the pills, and I'm like, I am licensed. I have my boat driving license with me. Let me drive. Let me drive back to the shore, so I don't want you to throw up over all the place. Lay down and just don't die, and everything will be fine. But I think if you would have assigned this girl to this kind of condition, you need to send someone who sails, who knows a sailing boat, when you are sending them in a place where you are not able to see land anymore. Because a normal human being, if you've never been outside of the water, I mean not on a cruise ship, on a small boat with just a boat to sit there on the open water. If you've never been to it, you will not know how you will react to it. And yeah, you are a safety hazard for all of you around you when you get a panic attack. And I think this is a safety hazard. And I am still shocked that my company is letting people like that out in the open sea. And the same is going, I'm also working for ski jumping in the winter month. And this is something I really needed to work on. I am not scared of heights by any means, but staying on the mountain slope with my mobility conditions, and I am a certified judge for ski jumping, so I can give all the notes. And I needed to stand free on the hill without somewhere to grab on. And I really needed to train myself to not panic in this kind of conditions. And it took a couple of years, but if they would just positioned me there in the first year, it would have been a nightmare. I'm still scared as hell of falling down the mountain slope. It's a ski jumping slope. Every time I'm seeing my fat ass rolling down the hill at one point in the winter. And I mean, it's so embarrassing because all the people around me are professional athletes. And then I am there with my mobility issue. And at one point it was just so slippery and so icy. Everyone was walking like it was a normal day. And I was just like, I am just can't walking. So I was sitting myself on my ass and riding down the mountain like a seal. And the whole ski jumping circus was paused a moment and was witnessing how I was trying to get down the slope again. And everyone was laughing their ass off. All of the head coaches, they all have their pictures. It was going around the internet, and I'm like, thank you so much. Thank you for embarrassing me even more. I'm just loving all of you guys. But the main part is, I have so many journalists that are complaining there in the press area, oh, it's so cold. Yeah, Sherlock, it's a winter sport. It's getting cold in the winter month in the mountains. And yeah, it can rain, it can snow, it can be windy because it's an outdoor sport. And they were crying and bawling their eyes out when they need to be in these conditions for 30 minutes. And I'm like, look at this camera guy. He is on a crane standing there for 5 hours to wait for the live footage. When he is coming back, he is not complaining, by the way, because it's his freaking job. I just hate it. Yeah, then if you can suffer through conditions like that, don't do the job. It's the same. I did a lot of marine stuff because our Navy base is here. And when our guy Fock sometimes is coming in, we are covering it. And one day it was cold and it was raining the whole time. And everyone around me was just complaining. And I'm like, yeah, then buy some sailing stuff. I am dry to the bone and you will not mind. But I just hate it because those people that are complaining are annoying everyone around them because everyone is suffering through the exact same circumstances. And I know for fact, especially in ski jumping, there are so many people that will take your job immediately, and I'm so grateful for doing it, by the way. So I just hated it. This was something I saw in Le Mans a lot. I mean, it was tough. 24 hours in Le Mans is the biggest racing event in the world. I love it. I was talking to the sport broadcasting company and I'm like, I don't need to get paid. I just want to have a press credential and I will do everything for you for this race. So I was there for 48 hours without sleep and covering all the stuff that was going on in the race. I only have breaks to go take a shower and to eat something. And there were just cheap plastic benches where I can sit down all the time. But I was so freaking excited about the opportunity to go to Le Mans. I mean, it's the biggest race sporting event in the world. I was so grateful that I have box lane access, that I was able to go into the box lane and stuff like that. I was able to walk into Jackie Chan's team and say hey to Jackie Chan. They were shooting the Le Mans 66 movie with Matt Damon and Christian Bale. I was able to meet those two persons. I was so happy and thrilled that I was able to do this job. But in the press area, there were so many people complaining about, oh, I'm so tired. Yeah, Sherlock, it's 24 hours of Le Mans. Imagine how tired the drivers and the team is. So just push through. Get yourself some energy drinks and shut up. Because I am also tired as hell. And those are the kind of journalists that are making the job worse for everyone else. But I have another story of how cool especially photographers are. I am still recovering from this situation. It was on a small island called Fehmarn. It's really, really small, but it's connected to the land with a bridge. And they were shooting a TV series that is popular. I've never heard about it before, so I was not a fangirl at all. And I was just there at the press conference. I just didn't know what to write and stuff like that. And then another thing just catched my attention. They had a film dog, and the film dog was retiring, and they were training the new dog. And I was like, this is my freaking story. Because I see all of the other journalists. They are only paying attention to the actors and just want to get close to the actors and take the selfies. And then there was, at the end, at the press conference, the moment where I just lost faith in humanity. The actors had all the time in the world. They were standing in front of the boat, and they were standing there as long as we needed. But all the photographers around me were fighting for their dear life to be in the front position. And I, with another co-worker from a local newspaper, we were just standing in the background and we are like, I'm not doing it. I just let them fight, and after they are done, we are going to the front and stay in the front and take our time. And he was like, yeah, I will agree. But one other journalist nearly pushed me in February into the Baltic Sea because I was in his way. And I was like, yeah, if I am in your picture, just say, please move a little bit. I'm also a photographer. I will move. I will make sure you have a great picture. But please just don't throw me into the water because you want a picture. You are an asshole. It was just like piranhas. It was hard to witness how people are behaving just to get their story. And the fun fact was, I was not even touching the actor stuff. I only wrote about the dog, about the film dog that retired. This was my story. And guess what? My story was so super successful because every other journalist did the exact same story. the exact same words, the exact same interviews, because they were only focused on the actors. And yeah, just think about when you are watching or reading the news. You will maybe read one or two of the same story. But when you see a complete different story approach of the same topic, you will read this as well. So everyone was reading my story. I did a great job. I got all the clicks for the day. And the people that were fighting for their dear life, they didn't get any attention at all. And this is how I am like, yeah, this is how it should be. And the same is going for ski jumping. It's so much fighting going on with the press stuff every year. Some of the ski clubs are so fed up with the press in general, and I can't understand it. I mean, rule number one, athletes area is close to us, because this is a space where they need to concentrate and where they can talk in private to the head coach. This is sometimes not a moment where a journalist should be there. And I am a good friend to one of the head coach, and I'm always asking him when he's giving me nice or cool informations, I'm like, are you giving me this as a head coach or as a friend? Because when you are giving the information to me as a friend, I will not talk about it. If you are giving this information to me as a head coach, I will make sure it's going into the public. And yeah, I think this is how it should be. Be respectful. And what I absolutely hate is just stalking the athletes for a good story. I just don't mind what they are doing in their private setting. One of the ski jumpers invited me once to his private house, and he tried to make me drunk, and I was like, you will not finish that, I am German, you will not get me drunk. But he got so drunk that he was so proud of his silver medal from the Olympic Games, and he was like, you need to take a picture and blah blah. I was like, I love to, but I will not make it public. I will not post it on Instagram or stuff like that, because I think I am here as a private person, and I don't even think that we should post a picture together on social media afterwards, because there would be some speculations, because my best friend was becoming his girlfriend, and I was just like, I want to stay out of all of the speculation, and I totally respect your personal freedom. And if you are trying to make this relationship work, you should stay out of public. And this is something a lot of journalists and especially a lot of normal people don't understand. All of those people, I mean, I'm talking about Jackie Chan. He was such a nice guy, because he felt from the moment I was going there, I am not there for personal enrichment. I am there because I am excited about his team, his racing team, and I am excited about his work as an actor. And the same is going to Hugh Jackman. They did this movie Eddie the Eagle, and they did a lot of the shooting in Oberstdorf in one of the Four Hills tournament ski clubs. And so I was able to meet Hugh Jackman and Taron Egerton, the guy from Kingsman. He played Eddie the Eagle. And they were the nicest people on earth, because I made one thing clear every time we were backstage or stuff like that. My phone is staying inside of my pocket, and I will not share private information we are talking about now, and I will definitely not share any private picture. Only thing that you will approve, I will publish. And they appreciated it so much, because they are not used to behavior like that. Especially people that are stars, Hollywood stars and stuff like that, as Hugh Jackman is, obviously. He appreciated when someone is approaching him and just treating him as a normal human being. I mean, Jackie Chan, I've got an autograph from him on my Le Mans flag, because this just felt right in that moment. Because he was also really excited about the event, and I was like, this was the only time I asked for an autograph. I never asked Christian Bale or Matt Damon, because I was like, it just not feels right as a journalist to do so. The same with Hugh Jackman and Taron Egerton. It just is not feeling right, because I am a huge Hugh Jackman fan, but I respect his privacy, and yeah, I don't want to be this normal fangirl. The only thing is, before I was working as a ski jumping expert, I am a fan since 2001, since when Hannawald won all of the 4 competitions. But fun fact is, I am a fan of the team of Austria, not of the ski jumping team. I find their athletes so much more approachable, and I just love them. And again, before I was becoming a journalist, I was writing to one of my favorite athletes, and he felt my connection to the sport in such a way that he was sending me a full-blown fan package with hats, jackets, and all the stuff you could ever wish for as a fan from a jumping athlete. And a couple of years later, I met him as a journalist, and he was like, I could sense something in you. I could see that you would do great things in this industry. And everyone around you is just appreciating you, that you don't want to get in the front row. You are just doing your work, and you are just enjoying being here. And I think this is really true. I am a huge Stefan Kraft fan. It's one of the most famous athletes from Team Austria. And I remember being in the lift up the hill with him together. And a co-worker just had known what a kind of Stefan Kraft fan I am. And he was trying to set up a date with me and Stefan Kraft. I felt so embarrassed the whole drive up the hill, and Stefan Kraft was just laughing his ass off because I was turning red like a cherry. And a couple of days later, at the same competition, he saw me in private and he was coming to me. I didn't want to tell you this in front of your co-worker, but I appreciate your work. I read every article you're writing, and my mother is reading your live ticker all the time. This, not a picture, not anything he could done would be more awesome to me than this. This was just a moment that is so close to my heart, to know that my favorite actor is appreciating my work. This is just, and to see I get appreciated, because I am from the north of Germany. I had a hard time getting into ski jumping because they are like, you never saw a mountain. What do you want in a winter sport? It's why are you here? Especially Oberstdorf. I still have a problem with this ski club, but they gave me a hard time, and then I am a woman, so I really needed to let my work speak for myself. And then we have Sven Hannawald, the person why I became a ski jumping fan. And I saw him a couple of years ago, and I was like, hey, I am a judge in ski jumping, and I'm from Kiel, I'm from the north of Germany, and I want to go to the Olympics like Eddie the Eagle. And this stayed with him, and he promoted me to the best paying ski jumping jobs in the industry every year, because he's like, this girl is know what she's doing, and she's doing the right thing. And again, I always stay out of the trash talk. I mean, we had situations, especially during our last World Championship with Team Austria, where they, no, Norway, not Austria, it was Norway, where they really, really did bad things and cheated. But I'm like, I will not write a single sentence until I have proof that those things are really had happened, that they really know that they were cheating. I don't want to spread fake news as everyone else just to get the clicks out of it. And the same is going when we have a serious incident or accident, when someone is getting hurt really, really badly. I will only write that there was an incident until I know what had happened. And this is another story I am really attacked, which is going back to all of my work in inclusion and to accessibility. We had a ski jumper, his name is Lukas Müller. He was just a trial jumper, and he was caught by the wind. And it was a ski flying hill, and he lost control and ended up in the wheelchair. And yeah, afterwards, Andreas Goldberger, another famous jumper from Team Austria, was coming to me and he was talking to me about Wings for Life. I've never heard about it, and this is the only foundation I would donate to, and this is the only foundation where I am going on a race every year. Last year I went on 7 kilometers because this is such a unique concept. I mean, all of your starting fees is going into the foundation. They are not profiting it. I mean, it's from Red Bull, but they are not profiting from this event, and they don't care how much meters you are making. You can use the wheelchair, you can crawl if you need to, and you have competitive athletes like Andreas Goldberger, who is running for 42 kilometers. I did 7, by the way, only 7, but I think this is one of the only ways where just the act of participation matters. Because it's such a unique setup. Everyone on the world is starting at the exact same time. So all the world is moving for this event. And you have a catcher car. And I think after 20 minutes, correct me wrong, this catcher car will start. And eventually, at one point, it will catch up to you. This is the name of the catcher car. Again, I was caught last time after 7 kilometers, but I am not a fast runner. But I never felt like it was a failure because I still did the 7 kilometers. And this is why I love this race so much, because it's always a winning, no matter how much you are running. And I felt so ashamed because I was in the team of Andreas Goldberger. You can choose teams. And again, he was 42 kilometers and I was 7. And I was feeling so bad in getting down the statistics of his team. And he was like, it's not about statistics in this race. It's all about moving for the same cause. And what this foundation is doing, what is impressing me so much, Lukas Müller, the ski jumper with the accident, he is able to walk again. And he was wheelchair bound. I mean, not able to walk for a long distance. Most of the time he needs crutches. But after this accident, even be able to stand again. And he was even be able to stand on a trampoline and jump a little bit. And all because of the Wings for Life Foundation is putting all the money and effort into spinal research. This is what I find so fascinating and what I am supporting every date in May. Next year, I'm thinking about going to Munich and do it with a live crowd, because the last couple of times I did it with the app. But I really want to be part of all this feeling going on, of all of this celebration. And I think it's good to know that my money is going to this cause, and all the kilometers you are doing are getting into donations. And I think it's just, for me, a ways I really like. I still like challenging myself, and I don't know why I did, but I did the Red Bull 400. Would not recommend it, because as soon as you have the name Red Bull in a race, you know it's getting tough. And I know from the beginning that this is getting tough, because I spend a lot of my time in front of a ski jumping hill. So I don't know what kind of me was thinking, hey, it's a smart idea to run up the hill. I don't know why. I just had this bug inside me that was like, I want to do it, I want to do it, I want to finish it. Yeah. It's not good. This race really destroyed me. As a CrossFitter, I am fit. But it was so embarrassing, because I was doing it in TTC Neustadt, and this slope is going downhill at once, and then it's going uphill hill, and 42 degrees is the steepest part. So everyone was starting to run like their life depending on it, and I was the slowest one. This really pissed me off. So I ended up getting, I don't know, I never had an asthma attack, but I guess it must have been something like this, because I had really bad difficulty breathing. I think 2 or 3 heats were taking over me, and one of the ski slope managers I know pretty good privately, I was just going on the wooden bench thing and was crawling up my way. slow as a turtle, but going up. And he was like, do you want to finish? And I was like, yeah, I don't care about my time. If you give me the opportunity, I will finish no matter what. And he was like, yeah, no matter what, I am going up the stairs here beneath you, beside you, and we will finish this thing up together. So basically, he crawled up 300 meters of stairs next to me and pushing me in every step. And he was like, 2 steps, breathing, and just going. Do it, do it, do it. And with his help, I finished. And I got the medal for participation, for finishing, and I felt so embarrassed. By the way, I never looked up the time, because I think it's the worst time in Red Bull 400 history. And I felt so embarrassed until the head coach of our German team sat me down, and he was like, you are such an idiot. And I'm like, what did I have done wrong today? I mean, he's calling me an idiot a lot recently. I don't know why. But he was like, you know, 40% of people are not finishing this race because it is the toughest one you can do. It's the toughest 400 meter in the world. So 40% are not even finishing it. And you, on top of this, have a disability. You have a fused foot, severe arthritis. You are not able to run at all. And again, you still finished. So he gave me back my finisher medal, and he was like, and you will frame it together with your starter number, and I will see it the next time I'm visiting you, because you need to be proud of finishing this race in your condition. And I guess he is right, but it took me a long time. It took me really a long time, because at that moment I only saw that I failed because my time was so bad, because it was so miserable compared to all of the pro athletes, to all of the healthy ones, because you don't have an inclusion category at this event. And yeah, even Red Bull was talking to me, and they were like, it's not about being first. You did something 40% of the other people didn't. You finished no matter how hard it was. And yeah, it's 42 degrees steepness. It's pretty tough. You did it, and you were not complaining once. So yeah, you deserve it. The only bad thing was, because it was sponsored by Red Bull, after you finished, they will give you a Red Bull. And I was like, when I am drinking this energy drink right now, this is the moment where I will throw up. But on the other hand, I collected as many Red Bull as possible because they are quite expensive. So I filled my whole backpack with Red Bull and all of the other stuff they provided for us. Yeah, I am this kind of girl who will get all the goodies if you give them to me. And again, back to Wings for Life. It's so impressive what they are doing with spinal research. And before Lukas Müller, I was never into that topic. I never paid any interest in it. But yeah, you should look it up. They're doing amazing things, and all of it just because of all of the donations that are coming in from this race. And I know that is quite popular now around the world. I was even thinking again, I want to go to Munich, but I think another great one would be doing it in Miami next year and connecting it with a trip to Universal, or doing it even with the app again, but doing it at Universal. That would not in the parks, because they would call me crazy when I start running for 7 kilometers. But around a resort, nice run or just around City Walk. This would also be a nice Red Bull Wings for Life. Maybe you can always in the app build up teams. Maybe find other girls or boys who will join me, or maybe set up with this community a team, and we can race from all over the world together and just have fun. And this is something even the Red Bull 400 taught me. I mean, I can clearly see that I would never be able to win this race. I mean, this is, I can see it. I am not that I'm not hallucinating. I know I'm not able to win this race in the women category. And the worst part is, I think I calculated every second woman would have entered the second round. And I am like, I don't want to be in that list. I'm not doing this race twice a day. So I am not here to compete. I am here to show myself that even with a disability, I am able to do so. And just to see, because a lot of ski jumping athletes were there, just to see the support from the ski jumping family. All of them were so proud and pushing me up the hill again, like the chief head trainer, the head coach that was coming to me. And I mean, my personal traits are connecting pretty well with professional athletes. I think I have a lot of those trademarks, like I'm really competitive, I never give up, and I see what they are giving up to be there. Because even with ski jumping, I was work and living 1 year in Willingen, a big ski club for ski jumping. They have the World Cup each and every year, and I was working with the kids. And if they would have a paid position for this, I would go for it. It would be my dream come true. Because, I mean, seeing how they need to find the courage to go to the next step of the hill. I was there for the first time when they were going off, jumping down the biggest slope. I saw the boys that they were nearly wetting themselves when I saw, yeah, okay, it's their time to jump. And our trainer was such an asshole. He was like, and you need to jump. The person that is jumping on the logo, he will pay for beers for all of us. So you better jump. You are not pussies. You will do it. And just to see how much courage is taking them to go to the next step, to the next side of slope. It was so incredible. And to see what these kids are giving up. Because they want to be professionals. I mean, it's always funny, and maybe I'm a bad person. We needed to go to Oberhof. It's nearly 300 miles twice a week for training, because we didn't have the facilities for the more high-profile athletes. And yeah, on the back I was like, oh, I'm so hungry, I need to eat something. Head coach was like, yeah, me too. Do we want to go to McDonald's? And I'm like, yeah, klar, of course. Yeah, yes, of course. I love it. And he was going there with all of the athletes. And I was asking him before I was going in, is it okay when I am going for a full menu and with an McFlurry afterwards? And he was like, yeah, it's up to them to decide. They know exactly when they are also going for a full menu that it will have consequences for them. I am not teaching them to say no. I am teaching them to be responsible with their choices. And this will come up all of their life. They will have people around them that will choose the full menu at McDonald's. And sometimes for them it's maybe okay to say yes, but most of the time it's just not, as a professional athlete, and they need to learn it. So eat whatever you want. And I think this just gave me the insight of how those athlete minds working, of how much they are saying no to when it comes to eating stuff, to going out with friends, because training is taking all of over their personal lives. Weekends you will have competitions, you have no time to hang out with friends. In the weeks, 3 times a week you will train after school. Then you need still to finish school and go to school and write all the tests. So you will give a lot. And in the vacation series, you will go on training trips. So you don't have time for friends outside your sport. And this can be really, really hard, I guess. And yeah, this is why my ski jumping club and even the THW really wanted to be to be there for the rest of all times, because I was the person that was not that much into all of the stuff I was not paying attention on how good they are doing in the competitions. I was paying attention to them as human being and people, and they appreciated so much to have someone to talk to who was not pressuring them because they had a bad training series. I remember with the handball group, one way back, we played against our arch enemies, and we lost with 20 goals. And you can see the boys, they felt that they did wrong. And one of the coaches wanted to go off and wanted to start yelling at them. And I was going there and intervene, and I was like, I am pretty sure that they are able to read the end score. And I am pretty sure they can understand what this end score is meaning. And I am pretty sure that they are not happy about it. So in this moment, I don't think we should pressure them right now. We should talk about it during the next training session, but at this point, I don't think it's the right decision to talk them down. You can really make emotional damage if you are now going at the kids. And the same was happening with ski jumping. There was an athlete, I felt so sorry for him because it was not his passion. His mother was in the training group with Andrea Henkel, one of the most famous German biathletes, and she was even better than her. But she needed to quit as an active athlete because she became pregnant. And now her boy is suffering for it. So she is pushing and pressing him into a professional ski jumping athlete, and he just don't want to do it. He is good at it, but I don't think he will make it because there was no passion in him for his sport. And even the coach is always saying, you need to give him more room. And every time I was driving him to Oberhof for training, he was just so happy just to talk to me because I understand him, because his true passion was becoming a gaming developer. And I was like, you know what? What are the chances for you to become a professional ski jumping athlete and make your living with it? I think the chances of becoming a successful game developer are much higher. And if you love to do it, sit yourself down, learn a little bit of programming, and apply to the best schools possible after your school is finished. And you can do it even when you are training with us. And I don't say that you should quit ski jumping. I just say try to make your passion work, because especially in ski jumping, if this is not your passion, it's not working out. I can guarantee you. But his mother will never accept this answer. She hated me because I was talking to him seriously about that. Then we had another girl, and Villingen is the Las Vegas of Sauerland, of the area in Germany. It has the most bars to villagers than more bars to villager than everywhere else in Germany. So a lot of drinking and parties going on. And the girl loved to drink sometimes. She made it until the highest competition to the girls, to the women, was jumping there, I think, 2 or 3 years. But afterwards, she was just like, I want to have a normal life. And I was like, I can completely understand it. I want to have fun with my friends and hang out and drink with them when I want. And with this girl, we were like, the German Ski Federation really wanted her in the highest training group and sent her to the school in Oberstdorf. But the school in Oberstdorf is that bad. If you are eating an ice without permission of the teachers, they will kick you off the school. And we know with this girl is not going to happen. We had another example of a girl that didn't finish school because she was not able to fit into the system. She is, until now, her name is Selina Freitag. She won a lot of Olympic medals and stuff like that. She is really successful. But she didn't finish school because she was not able to keep up with the pressure that was going on. And she is a good advertiser for women's ski jumping because I can completely understand her. The boys will get, I think, 20,000 euros for winning a competition of the ski Four Hills tournament. She got for winning a competition shower gale. No money at all, because I can understand why you don't have sponsors that much, and ski jumping for women is still in development, so you don't have the sponsors and the money that is going into men's sport. But I can understand why she is feeling depressed of it. And again, she didn't finish school, and she comes from a family out of doctors, so this was a really, really big deal that was going on. Her brother is also, or was also, a really successful ski jumper. He is now a physical therapist because this was his true passion. And you always need to know, especially ski jumping in Germany and in Austria. I mean, Poland and Japan have completely different systems set up, same as Norway. But if you are even someone like Sven Hannawald, if you are the most successful ski jumper of Germany, you will not have enough money for the rest of your life. So during your active career, you always need to look for plan B. And this is why I supported that boy so much in following his dream, because even if he was 1% that is able to get into the national team, at one point his career will end, and then he needs a backup plan. And this is something that is getting overlooked so badly, especially in this sport. And I am just trying to shift it. And then you had the complete opposite, a young boy. He started quite late with ski jumping, to be honest, but it was his complete passion. He worked so hard on his technique, even on the days off. Ski jumping was all his life. His whole family, they drove him every day, nearly every day, 50 miles just for training. The whole family was breathing ski jumping. And so he had all the support of becoming the most successful one. And our coach was telling him, because he started too late, I can't explain it in English, it's called Schnellkraft. It's how fast you are able to activate the force on the jumping point of the slope. And you can't train it at a certain age. You need to train it when the kids are pretty young. But he was still the best jumper. He won every competition, and they wanted to kick him off of this training group. And I was getting full mummy bear mode, and I was like, no, this boy is staying. He has the best technique you see in all of the boys. He won so many competitions, and I don't think that he will ever make it to the national team, but I know at the moment he is pretty happy and pretty successful as a trial jumper. So he is still able to travel the world, see all of the slopes, follow his dream. I think this is a good end result for him. You don't always need to become the most successful one. And the problem is with our ski jumping team in Germany, after we lost Werner Schuster, he was a sport psychologist. So he had a complete different approach to the athletes. And he is really missed at the moment because they don't have that support at the moment. And it's not looking good at our team at the moment. But hey, we have a new head coach this year, so maybe something is changing. But yeah, I think, again, back to Wings for Life, to have a foundation that is doing such an amazing work. And I know for a fact that they are even working with our university hospital. And just to see someone doctors gave up on, sitting in a wheelchair, that is now able to walk again because they find no new ways of training. Most of the time it's coming down to training. How they can reactivate all the nerves and all the system again. And it's so fascinating to me. And without the Wings for Life Red Bull Foundation, there would not be enough money into this kind of research. So yeah, I can understand when people are really questioning some approaches of Red Bull. And I mean, it's definitely not a healthy drink. I am still obsessed with it, but it's not a good thing. So I can understand when people are saying, yeah, it's not a good thing and you shouldn't promote stuff like that. And I'm like, I would never ever promote Red Bull as a drink. But I can still behind the things that they are doing for our society. I mean, seeing what they are doing to some of their athletes is just unethical, in my opinion. They are pushing their athletes way too far. But you always must see the other side of the shiny metal. The athletes, when they are getting under contract from Red Bull, are getting a shit ton of money. I only know it from Andreas Wellinger. He was sponsored by Red Bull. And now it's Ryoyo Kamayashi from the Japanese team. It's crazy. And Red Bull sponsored Team Austria once. They had their private jet. They went in a private plane from competition to competition. And yet, then you have on the other side a nation like Finland, who wasn't able to afford even a bus for them. They were going with public transportation to all of the competitions. So yeah, I think there is no chance of a Finnish athlete to beat someone from Austria, because all of the support is missing. And in the end of the day, it's all about money, especially on a sport that is so highly focused on the equipment. Small teams are just not able to afford it. It is what it is. I don't like it as well. But I think ski jumping, at least it's fair. I think every kid that wants to try it out and they are living in the mountains, they could. This is something I find fair. And it's affordable because the ski clubs will make sure before you enter professional level that they can rent the equipment. I think this is fair. They will pay a little bit more of the fee for the sport club, but they are able to afford it. And at least my ski jumping club was taking care that everyone who wanted to try out ski jumping was able to do so. But then on the other hand, you have sports like sailing. And my autistic friend, as you all know, I talk a lot about her. She is a sailing instructor teacher. So she is educating the sailing instructor. And I talked to our German Sailing Federation and I was shocked. Because first of all, you need to have rich parents to get in one of the clubs that are providing good training for kids in the industry. We have in Kiel, I think, one famous and two clubs that are trying their best but never are able to form good athletes. And when you are going on a professional level, then you have two options. Option one, your family is rich and don't care about money. Option two, you have so much sponsors that it's crazy. Because when you are an Olympic sailing athlete in Germany, you need to pay for your own boat. And I'm talking about Olympia level competition boat, including sails and all that stuff. Under 1 million euros, you are not able to get one of those boats. And again, the athletes needs to pay for it. So I think sailing is not a sport that is affordable for everyone. And I, in my personal opinion, think we are losing a lot of talents because of that. Because we are not focusing on the talent, we are only focusing on money. The same is going for all of the horse sports. I am doing a lot of coverage for horse sporting as a journalist, and yeah, when you are able to buy a good horse, I think your chances are much higher to win a competition. Yeah, it's always coming down to the person who is controlling the horse, but having a good horse is always giving you an advantage. And again, we are talking about millions for those horses that are on that level of competition if you want to go to Olympia. And this is something I really find sad, because we are taking away all of the options for the kids. And this is one thing I really appreciate and adore about the United States and their setup. where you are catching those talents in high school and making sure they get all of the support to become professional athletes. Yeah, I know there's a lot of pressure going with it, but your athletes are really getting paid well, and they have a really, really easier way on the track. Okay, I mean, at ski jumping, it's like there is no founding at all because you Americans don't care about the sport, and I can understand why. Because America was never a deal in ski jumping, never ever. And you only have one slope in New York State, Cooper, I don't know the exact name of the slope, Cooper Creek or stuff like that. And yeah, I can understand that there is not the founding, but if you compare it with the sailing situation, if in America they see a talent on the water, they will make sure that this talent is supported no matter of the background. And this is most of the time what is going on in America, I guess, that you will focus on the talents and not of the backgrounds. So you have a lot of underdog stories, and I think those are really, really good and inspiring. You barely have stories like that in Germany because it's all about the people you know. And I think this is really, really not as easy to accept, in my opinion, because if this is something we are talking about every 4 years, and a 4-year cycle with the Olympics. If you want to have an Olympic medal, you need to have Olympic athletes. And if you don't support the children, you won't have Olympic athletes in the end. It's always when you have someone who is good as an athlete and an idol, stuff is going well. And in this time period, most of the time you have enough of foundation work and money put into the system to make sure the next generation is coming. But after a few generations, when this athlete is going downhill or ended his career, the money will not flow anymore. And I think it's pretty sad to see athletes fighting, and good athletes, and they don't get the support because they don't have the money. And for an example, if you win an Olympic medal here in Germany, I don't think you will get anything at all from the state of Germany. And when you compare it to Poland, and Poland is really big into ski jumping, it's like soccer for them. They are really passionate about it. But if someone in Poland is winning an Olympic medal, they get a pension from 2,000 euros, I think it was, each month from the state for winning this medal. So it gives the athletes even more to work forward to become really good, because one Olympic medal can save your entire life after the end of your career. So you don't need to focus on what comes next. And maybe if you are able to win 2 medals, good for you. And I think this is a good system, and this is how it should be handled. But I'm now talking for nearly 1 hour about ski jumping and boring your guys to death, but it's just one of my passion, and I think it's connecting so well with accessibility. Even when we're talking about not special Olympics, they are completely cut off from all of the system, which I think is a mistake. They should, maybe the Special Olympics should work closer with the Olympic Federation and help the games close to the Olympics to get more attention. But I think this is again the thing, people are just not interested in those. And I, for an example, am so impressed every time with the Paralympics. I think those athletes should get more respect. I was so impressed of blind biathlon athletes shooting and running and just living the passion and doing everything they want despite their blindness, besides their disability. And I had exactly that talk here in my hometown because, again, we are a big sailing city. We held the Olympic sailing events back in 1972, and Germany wants to apply for the Olympics, and we want to apply for the sailing games, of course. And I was like, yeah, sailing is from Los Angeles on again Paralympic. And if you want to hold Olympic sailing competitions, you will hold Paralympic competitions. And then just look around in our harbor, because we don't have an accessible boat ramp. We don't have facilities where they can use a restroom, for an example. We have nothing for a person that is disabled to go sailing. And just go 100 miles up north to Denmark, and you will see everything that is possible. So if we want to apply for the Olympics, this has to change, because again, Paralympics are important, and you won't hold Olympic Games without them. And I think this is the right step, because otherwise a city like mine would say, yeah, everyone, I don't care who is holding the Paralympics, and no one would care either. So no one would be the city and providing the infrastructure. And I think I again see a lot of Paralympic sailing going on with my autistic friend. So for an example, I never thought that a step like this would be possible. She has built a sailing team with people that are blind, that lost their vision, and people that lost their hearing, that are just not hearing anymore. And it was a fight for them to be able to start at a competition, because they were like, oh, what if they're missing their starting signal? They will disturb all the other teams around them. And I was like, you have easy solutions. Put them on a position where they won't interfere with the top athletes, and put someone like my friend on the boat that can see and hear. And they will be fine to participate. And they don't want to win. There is a system in sailing, they could get bonus point for their disabilities to perform better in a competition setting, but they were like, we don't want to. We want to participate as a normal boat, and if we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. And I never saw a team celebrating so hard to become second to last. I was the journalist on the finish line, and they had the best time of their life. And again, I think this is what all this should be about. Let them have fun. And they worked out a system, it's a J70 on this boat, that is working for this kind of disabilities. So, and the communication, I mean, how awesome it is to figure out a combination and a way to communicate on a ship on the water with blind and hearless persons. I think it's awesome. And instead of looking down at them, we should appreciate it and make sure that more teams like this are coming into the sport. But again, then it's something, there's just no money lying around. And we have one person here in the inclusive sailing scene that just wants to show how cool and how good he is, and that he is the best human being. He's annoying everyone, and he is destroying much more than he is helping. And this is the problem when people that are just selfish are putting into positions like this. They will destroy all the chances for everyone else. And yeah, I think this is another thing even a theme park like Universal can learn from. How do we make it easier for people that lost their vision or can't hear to navigate in our theme parks? Because I think there was a lot of improvement that they can do. I mean, I am into this kind of stuff, and I noticed at Surfside that you could book a room if you're blind or if you're deaf, or lost your hearing. And I was just like, this is interesting, and was just asking Megan, what are the features of the room? This is quite incredible. I've never heard about stuff like that. So for someone who lost the vision, in this room everything is activated with noises and announcement in case of an emergency. And the other way around, for someone who lost his hearing, everything is going off with visual effects, with lights and stuff like that. So they make sure that those kind of people are getting notified. And then there was a situation happening. She felt so embarrassed, but those are just things I noticed because of a friend of mine who's blind. I was using their lift, and the lift was not telling me on which floor we are, not the floor we were exiting. And I was like, this is a feature my blind friend needs. This is not a trade-off. This is not it should be nice. And you are offering rooms for blind people. You need to activate the messaging in the lift. And I'm pretty sure that the lift is able to do so because it was a company that I am sure is providing this kind of disability accessibility informations. And it's so funny because they thought about nearly everything for blind and people that lost their hearing, but this small thing is missing. Another thing I didn't even realize, Jake only realized it, it was about the washing place where you wash your hands. I can't find the right word for it at the moment, I'm sorry. Because I am still standing and washing my hands normally, and he was like, yeah, but for a wheelchair user, it's way too high. You can't exit it. You can't wash your hands when you went to the toilet. And I was like, yeah, and you couldn't make sure the tub has the right height. It was not possible to adjust it. And I was like, yeah, this is really a problem. And this is what I was talking about recently in a video. You can plan all this stuff in theory. It's great that we are heading in a direction that we are considering stuff like that. But with this design specifically, you would find this mistake or the lift mistake the moment you would invite someone with a disability into the hotel room. My blind friend would told them immediately, hey, you need to activate the numbers in the lift, otherwise I'm not able to navigate. Best case, when you're adding on top on which tower I am. This would be awesome, and I just need it as a blind person. And the same is going for the sink. Oh, I'm so stupid. Sink is the right word. So the same is going for the sink. How is the wheelchair user supposed to wash his hand? And as a not disabled person like me, I wasn't even paying attention, so I can definitely see how and why this mistake just slipped during the process. So this is something I really want to talk about at IAPA. Talk with the engineers and convince them to talk to people that are disabled and that have special needs during the invention process and not afterwards, because just think about how much money it would take to replace all the things in the accessible room at Surfside to adjustable things. It would cost a lot of money, but if you would have installed them in the first place, it wouldn't have cost a cent extra. And this is what I really want to try to push at IAPA, is that developers and engineers are really talking to the people that need those kind of invention and not just thinking about them in theory, because it is not their fault that those mistakes are happening. Again, I wasn't even realizing the problem with the sink, and I am really, really sensitive to all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think accessibility means to work with those kind of people and figure out the needs, and the same especially is going for autistic people. And this is something I noticed at Surfside especially. I mean, at nighttime it was okay-ish, but the music is pretty loud in the lobby. And this is something that would set an autistic person off even before they are in the theme park. I mean, the buses are quite quiet. I don't have ever witnessed loud talking. I think the resort buses are fine, but please turn down the music in the lobby, a little bit at least. I mean, background music is always good. It has calming effects and stuff like that, but at least maybe just turn it down when you know you have guests with special needs. then it's not blaring and interfering with them. And the same is going for the speakers and the music at the poolside. When you see or know that there is the family with special needs, just turn it a little bit down. I don't think that other people would miss it that much, but it could make the pool area accessible in the first place. And I think those things are always worth what I'm considering. And the same is going for the loud environment of the coasters. I noticed it at Velocity Coaster. Maybe it was because I was so freaking tired and exhausted and already overstimulated. But on my last day, I just found the loud noises, even in the express pass line at Velocity Coaster, nearly unbearable. And I was like, my autistic friend would just won. She would not wait with me in this environment for 15 minutes. And this is a design choice. It was not even that so loud music was going on and stuff like that, but the hallway was or is designed in a way that you have quite a loud echo going on. And the echo is multiplying every noise that is going on in the attraction. And in one specific part of the waiting line at the Fast Pass, it's coming all together and it's really, really loud. And I think a different sound design choice would have removed it. This is another thing I think where is a lot of potential still going on, is designing the attraction and the waiting areas, especially the waiting areas, with better sound designs in mind. So you can just let the sounds and the voices flow a little bit better. For an example, most of the time, high ceilings will help. So it's getting a little bit quieter inside of the waiting area. I know it's not everywhere possible, but those small design choices, and I know for a fact, because I majored in Germany, that there is a lot of room for improvement in directing where you want to have the sounds going in the waiting areas. And this is another thing. At this point, I really, really want to push all of those topics, but I don't feel seen by Universal. And I am always arguing with myself, how much should I push all of this? Because I don't want to over annoy them and maybe them pushing back or ignoring me in the future, you know? This is for me quite a balancing act, because I really want to try to make it different and it easier for everyone, but I don't want Universal to get fed up with all of the ideas. And maybe when my YouTube channel is growing and we have a little bit of impact at the APA, maybe I will learn or meet people from Universal that really wants to listen. Because this is something I notice and experience all the time. The cast members at the service level and stuff like that always want me and encourage me to go to upper management and talk about all of the ideas. Because most of the ideas I suggest would make even a difference for them. I am talking a lot about my toothless pin. And just have a red cross in his red part of the tail, a white cross, so a cast member knows, hey, this person has a hidden disability. Everyone around them doesn't know it, but the cast member know it immediately and can provide help easier. I think if the cast members know that you have a problem, a hidden problem, they will approach you in another way than a normal guest. And this sign would help the cast members a lot to provide better services. And another friend of mine, sometimes I'm just blind, I guess. I never noticed that she also was on the spectrum and struggling with overstimulation. She went to Disney and Universal, and at Disney, especially at Magic Kingdom, it was just too much. She nearly had a breakdown in front of the castle because all the music, the colors, everything was just too much. And the cast members were going at her at full Disney spirit, which was putting her really over the edge, because what she really needed was a quiet place just to sit down and to decompress. But the Disney cast members they wanted to cheer them up with all the Disney energy, and this was not a good combination. She left the park because she was not able to handle it. A few days later, she went to Universal. I didn't know which part, she didn't talk about it, but she has the exact same overstimulating problem. She was really not well doing. But the cast member did it the complete opposite. He was like, hey, I know a quiet place, just go there and there. I will be here in the area, so I will be here. So if you need something, talk to me. But otherwise, I will just give you the space and the room there to calm down. Yeah, guess what approach helped her? Not the one going with all the Disney energy and adding it on top of an overstimulation. It was the version Universal was providing, giving her space and time to get out of the overstimulation. And yeah, this is, I think, maybe she was just having a good and a bad cast member, but I think it's the way Universal is training the cast members. They teach them what overstimulation is. And overstimulation, again, just go to Super Nintendo World and go people watching, and you will see a lot of people that are overstimulated that never thought about that they would get overstimulated and don't even get realized that they are overstimulated. And I think this is an even worse outcome when you have people that are completely overstimulated and on standing on the edge. A small little thing is enough to set them off. And yeah, it can escalate quite quickly. You see it a lot of times happening at Super Nintendo World, but I think this area of Epic definitely would really take advantages from a space for autistic people, for a quiet space that is installed somewhere behind a wall you can go to, and just without music and stuff like that going on. Because I don't think Universal was knowing during the process of thinking about Super Nintendo World that it is so bad with overstimulating. And again, I was at the Super Nintendo World in Japan. Yeah, it's still overstimulating, but it's more manageable than in Orlando. And I'm still looking for the trigger. What is going on at the Super Nintendo World in Orlando that is putting so many people over the edge? And again, I talked to so many cast members, and they are like old war soldiers coming to you, and they are telling me sometimes that this is worse than an active duty of war. And I'm like, okay, this is telling you something about Super Nintendo World. And to be honest, I am not sure how and if I approaching Super Nintendo World. I don't give so many things. I like Yoshi's. It's quiet. It's cute. Donkey Kong, yeah, I like it, but I think the ride is way too short, and I need to wait 4 hours to get an AAP. Then I would rather fetch an AAP for Ministry instead. And Mario Kart, it's okay, but I just don't need to. It's okay, maybe do it once. And after all the bad things that happened to me at Super Nintendo World, I'm really like, maybe I just, the first day I'm there, I'm just going inside there and see how I'm reacting. If I feel overstimulating or stuff like that, I am just leaving, and I'm not sad. Maybe it's helping when Jake is coming with me and just making sure I have the space around me that no one can push me down stupid stairs. Maybe this is something that will help me out because I feel secure again. But I don't think they were thinking that much about people like on the spectrum about the Super Nintendo World. I mean, you have options. Super Nintendo World and Shape. shades. This is a good question. Only from a physical point of view, there needs to be shades, because when the sun is coming up, you have so many walls around there. So at one point in the morning or in the evening, you need to have shades. But it was not that warm in January, so this was something I definitely was not paying attention. But especially on the underground world, on the ground floor, you don't have umbrellas or stuff like that. The only way to get shades is from the building around it, and they are not that great in providing shades. And you don't have water features. You have a little bit of water in front of Donkey Kong for the minecart thing, but beside from that, it's completely without water. I mean, Harry Potter Ministry doesn't have water at all, but I think it's just the weight, the waves are way brighter. You have so much more space at Ministry. Even with all the Ministry waiting line and a lot of Harry Potter fans, every time I went into Ministry or the area in front of it, the French area, I never felt crowded. So they are doing a good job with crowd management, definitely better. And they have umbrellas in front of the cafes and stuff like that, definitely. And you have small alleys where it's definitely changed and stuff like that. So this area is good to go. In Berg, you have a lot of water. You have the fire drill if you really want to get cool down and chill out. At Monsters, you don't have water features, but again, this is a land design with a lot of space, with a lot of hidden pathways to go to. You will always find a hidden corner without people in it. So there is not that problem at all. And you have a lot of shades because there are a lot of trees. And in the Celestial Park, you have the fountains. So beside from Super Nintendo World, there's always an easy way to find shades or water in Epic. Yeah, and this is a difference to the Super Nintendo World in Japan. Japan is definitely not that big. Maybe I will make I filmed a small little film over about Japan, and I did the same thing in Epic. Maybe just for comparison, I will upload that tonight as a short, just putting both Super Nintendo worlds in a video back to back. It would be quite interesting, I think, because maybe it's because the setup to enter the Super Nintendo world there is completely different. You don't have an escalator that is going off. You are on the ground level. You're still going through a pipe and have all this Super Mario sound effects, what is pretty nice. And then you are entering the castle, and then you are in the Super Nintendo world. So it's definitely easier to access. And don't quote me on that, but I think, if I remember correctly, you have from this land going out several ways of getting out of the land. In Orlando, you have only the option to go via the bathroom, the small area, to leave the Super Nintendo world. So even if it's the same size, in Japan, the Super Nintendo world is just feeling more open because it is easier to escape. And this is another thing I am thinking about now, because you can have old veterans, old Navy or soldier or stuff like that, or people that are suffering from tight spaces. The way Super Nintendo World is designed and is not giving you an immediately exit point out of the land can be a trigger for them. Especially what I noticed at Donkey Kong. You need to walk through the whole Donkey Kong section, then through the Super Nintendo World to the castle area stuff, before you can even exit. So when you are getting overstimulated in front of Donkey Kong, you are just screwed. because there is no easy and fast way for you to leave the environment. And I think this is unconsciousness, the difference that Japan and Orlando is giving me. Unconsciousness, I realized in Japan, hey, there's a lot of room, I can leave whenever I want. And in Orlando, now thinking about it, I think this is another thing I have really bad problems with about the Super Nintendo World in Orlando. You don't have the exits immediately available to you. Even if you are, let's say, on the level with the entrance of Yoshi and Mario Kart, there was no easy way of exiting. You need to go down the stairs or up the stairs to leave, or use the elevator. There is not a direct way to leave the area immediately. And even with the elevator, there's only one elevator on this level. And if you have a lot of children with strollers and stuff like that, it can take a long time until you are able to go down and leave. And I think this is a big problem now that we are talking about unconsciously, because you are never able to leave Super Nintendo World fast, and this is doing something to your unconscious mind. Even to people like me, I was never thinking about and realizing it, and now talking about it is just making completely sense. And this can be the difference for me from Japan to Orlando, because I never felt trapped once. Yeah, this is something that really pissed me off at the Super Nintendo World in Orlando at Epic. The lift situation. And then you have someone like me with a hidden disability, and I was getting in an argument with a family for using the lift because they were like, yeah, you should prioritize the strollers because you are clearly able to walk. And I was like, I don't need to share my medical history, but I am not clearly able to walk. And I am just asking to squeeze into the lift where is enough room for at least 10 more people. It's just like, why do you want a private ride down? I am sitting standing in the corner, don't say a peep, and we will be in this lift for 5 seconds together. They closed the door in front of me and went off, and I was just like, I just hate human beings. What is your problem in general? Why are you doing stuff like that to other people? I mean, I'm guilty of that too when I was in the elevator at Surfside and I saw people on the other side of the lift that I was pushing the button to close the door. I am guilty of doing stuff like that, but I would never do so when they are in front of the lift. I would never do stuff like that. But when I see it's quite a far way out, I just don't want to wait. So press the button, and they were 6 lifts. So they definitely didn't need to wait at all. But yeah, I'm guilty of that, but I would never push someone out of the lift when there was enough room for them just because I want to have a private ride. I mean, I'm guilty of pressing the door close button in this kind of situations. I mean, I always do it in this way that the people can't see it. They don't need to see that I am a human being. But when you're standing in front of me or in a situation where people are waiting for the lift, I had the same situation at MCO when you are going from Terminal C after immigration down to the Superstar Shuttle. I think it's 7 floors going down. So I was like, I don't take the escalators with 2 suitcases. No way, I need the lift. And they only had a couple of lifts that were rotating through all the floors. And there was a nearly empty lift with 1 person in it. She went into the lift, closed the door, and I was like, can I? There was a huge line behind me, either way. And she was like, no. I was waiting long enough, and I don't want another person with me in here. And I'm like, you are just a bad human being. I was so jet lagged at that point that I was not able to argue. But just imagine how bad your life must be when you see people will be waiting for at least 10 minutes for the lift on the other end of the line, and you are closing the door and going on a single rider ride when there could at least be able 5 more people to fit into the lift. This is something I can't accept. I mean, again, I am an advocate for it. I am say it clearly. I hate other human beings. I am not underestimating it. I hate human beings. You need to prove to me that you are worth my time. Otherwise, I will just treat you as every other human being in the world. And I don't care about other human beings. But if I care, I will care. And if I see someone who is struggling, I will help them. I think you weren't in the live stream yet. I had the example of someone. The train system was down here in Germany, and there was a wheelchair user, and 3 people with a bike wanted to go into the train to Hamburg because 3 trains got cancelled. So it was really crowded. And the bike people were taking the wheelchair user and putting him off the train. And he was like, I have an appointment, I need to go, and you are going on a personal fun trip. And they were like, yeah, but we are more important. And they let the wheelchair user in front of the train. Train attendant didn't give a shit about it because he clearly didn't want to have an argue with them. And I was at least, because I am a guide, I know all of the cruise ships. There were an AIDA there, and I worked with them a couple of times together. And I was like, is it okay for you to go to the airport? And he was like, yeah, it would be even better because I am going 3 stops from the subway from the airport. And I'm like, okay, let's go to the AIDA. I know they are shuttling to the airport. Talk to them. And they were like, he was like, yeah, what do you want me to pay? I will pay the normal fee. And they were like, no, it's fine. They heard the story and they were like, we have 17 empty seats. We help you into your seat, take care of your wheelchair, and you come with us. No question asked. This is how stuff like this should be handled. But without me, the wheelchair user wouldn't even thought about this kind of possibility that he would be able to go to Hamburg in this way. And this is what I just hate about other humans being so selfish just because, I mean, I think it was closed for nearly the whole day, Hamburg airport. And you need, all trains from the north needs to go through Hamburg. There's no other way of trains going south to Germany. And just prioritize. When you see stuff like this is going on, do you really need to go on a biking trip on that day or do a biking trip in Kiel? I mean, if I want to go biking, I have a nice route of 40 kilometers, pure nature. You will be out the city in 5 minutes and then you have pure nature around you. Then go for this route. You don't need to go on a long travel for a day trip when stuff like this is happening. Yeah, this is something I personally really struggling with because I am always trying to provide that help and support to others. But guess what? When I am needing help, no one is standing up for me. And this is, in my professional life, happened so many times before I was a journalist because when I saw a problem in the work environment, I would always talk about it. And all of the team is telling me, yeah, we need it. And as soon as we are discussing it with the managers, no one will stand up for me. No one is talking about the topic. No, everything is fine. And I had it at a sailing camp I was working at. Everyone was seeing the problems. Everyone was complaining all the time. So I was like, hey, we are calling the managers in and talk to them. None of them was raising the voice. I was the only one, and the managers thought I was crazy. And I was like, yeah, thank you. Then please never ever complain again in my company because I will never ever stand up for you again when you're falling into my back like that. In Sea Life, exactly the same. Everyone was complaining about stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm pretty annoyed about it. I'm just going to our general manager and talk about it. No one else was giving me a good feedback or helping me out. And I just hate it in human beings. Complaining all the time. They want to change something, and then they even have someone who is willing to stand up and change the situation, and then they are just freaking spineless worms, I guess is the right description for those kind of people. And I, especially in a theme park environment, I saw it a lot. Again, like the situation with the person in the bus who was calling me too fat, and if I wouldn't be that fat, I wouldn't have a disability. He will never make room for someone who clearly is not disabled and stuff like that. And no one in the entire bus around me, when this situation was going off, was offering me some help. And this is the part that is pissing me off, because everyone was witnessing this situation in the bus. And if I see something like that, I can guarantee you I would intervene. I will make sure that this person will get removed from the disabled seat and the disabled person will have to sit. But other people will never do stuff like that to me. Even with the person who pushed me down the stairs at Joshi's. At least 5 people saw it. They all passed me. Not a single one was offering me help to get up again. And yeah, but this is, I mean, you can definitely relate to it. This is something I guess you need to learn to live with it when you have a hidden disability, that people are judging you because of what they can see in the first moment. As soon as the worst example are always airports, because people are losing their minds in the airport setting. I just don't know why, but it is what it is. And I'm always talking to my airline. I'm like, hey, I don't need wheelchair service. It would be enough when you're using one of those cars to get me from gate A to gate B. And then I don't need a wheelchair at all when sitting there. For boarding and stuff like that, I can clearly normally walk. But if I have still a wheelchair, then of course the flight attendants will come and ask, hey, can you board on your own? And I'm like, yeah, no worries, I can board. I am still in the first priority group, and at least one person will call me Jesus Miracle, because I am able to walk again. And I am always just breathing. But at one time, I just couldn't hold it in anymore. And I was like, yeah, in which class, which boarding group are you? And he was in the last boarding group, of course. And he was complaining because I was having earlier access. And I was like, yeah, I am flying business, by the way. So I would board way before you anyway. And even if not, what is your problem? I don't have hand luggage with me, so I won't occupy space in front of the overhead bin. I will just sit down, close my seatbelt, and be a nice little kitty. Sit there. So what the heck is your problem of me boarding before you? I just don't know. But this is just happening a lot. And I think we need to stand up and talk more about it. Because most of the time, people are just not thinking before they are opening up the mouth. And especially when it comes to hidden disabilities. Again, my friend who is ADHD and autistic, you will not see it because she is so brilliant in masking it. She's so high-functioning autist, you will never noticing it. But it's taking a lot of energy to mask all the time. And yeah, if you are saying stuff like that to her, it will really, really hurt her. It will really annoy her. Yeah, this is again the same thing. I think as soon as you say you are going to church or you believe in God, people are putting you into the nut bin. I'm like, as I said, I think I am a Christian Buddhist because I'm also pretty sure that karma is existing. And why don't you even care? I mean, this is my personal decision. It's not affecting you, so I don't know why we need to have this discussion in the first place. If it's giving you the comfort you know in your life, you need in your life, it's good. And it's better to believe than to believe in nothing. Because if you don't have something that is filling your life with joy, your life is just worthless. And I read a nice story, which is, in my opinion, so true that 90% of the people are NPCs, and just see in how people are behaving, then you could definitely see that NPCs are real. And I don't think it's because they are NPCs, because I think this theory is just too much. I think it's because of smartphone use, because those kinds of problems never occurred before. People are so glued to their cell phone, to their smartphone, that they don't realize what's going on around them. And this is another thing that is getting out of control in the theme parks. The smartphone zombies. I mean, again, I'm a bad human being. But when I name those kind of people zombies, smartphone zombies, and when they are coming in front of you, having your phone there in their face and didn't pay attention, and you have no way to just get out of their way, I start clapping in my hands just to get their attention so they look up and get out of the way. It's working every time, but it's just showing you how crazy it is. And yeah, in my opinion, those are NPCs, because it can't be real that you are not feeling at least something around you going on. And this is something I've learned in acting, because for me it was always normal, and I was on a Rudolf Steiner school, so we did eurythmy and energy work and stuff like that. For what people that are also watching are maybe thinking I'm a crazy witch, maybe I am, but I have always had the gift that I just can feel where someone is with me in a room setting. And in eurythmy, I've learned to focus and learn to work with it even more. And then I start in dancing. It was really helping me in ballet and stuff like that. And during acting, my acting teacher needed to explain to me that not everyone has this gift. And I was so shocked in that moment. I was like, you are telling me that people are not able to feel and to realize when people are around me. This was really shocking me, and it was the truth. When we did specific plays in acting, I was just shocked in how less people were able to experience the room with their eyes closed, because they didn't have an inner motive in a movie or picture going on. I always know when you're spinning me around circles where I am in that room. I always feel it anyway. But I saw that most of my classmates weren't able to do that. And getting into dancing and choreography and stuff like that, I never ever lost my dancing position. I was able to maintain it anytime. But a lot of people are struggling to maintain their dancing positioning, and they were shifting and getting in the space of the other person, and it really took them a long time just to learn the ability to hold the position in a dancing class. And this was another thing I was realizing. I thought that this is normal human behavior, and then my blind friend told me something I also thought it was normal, that a normal human being has problems standing on one leg when closing their eyes. And I was like, with my disabled foot, yeah, of course. But with my right foot, with my good foot, no problem. I can stand with like a flamingo for 5 minutes and close my eyes. Never had an issue with my senses in this way. And this realization really opening up something and putting all of this human behavior that is going on in the theme parks in a perspective, because those people around me are just not able to feel and see those kind of stuff. And yeah, it's definitely, I have the exact same things. In the past, I've never had a problem with crowds, never ever. And it's getting worse over the last, since the virus situation, it's getting worse with me and crowds. I don't have panic attacks or stuff like that, but I just don't like it to be surrounded with people with negative energy. And this is something I never understand in theme parks. Why is the energy so bad in so many people? Because, and I think social media is a problem, and this is why I want to have a counterweight with my channel. People are forcing themselves so hard to do everything on a theme park day. From rope drop to fireworks with no breaks just going on. And most of the YouTube channels are providing exactly this. And here is the spoiler. All of the creators will not show you the fighting that is going on behind the scenes, the times when they are exhausted, because I can guarantee you, most of them, especially when they are in a group together, at one point they will have an argument and they are getting drained and stuff like that. But this is the kind of stuff they will cut out, so people start believing it is normal to have such a high energy level to do rope drop to fireworks. And normally I have a really, really high energy level, but the special, my hidden disability is affecting it a lot and draining my energy because of all the constant asking. And I think this is definitely affecting me a lot harder in the last couple of years, that this is draining my energy. But I am lucky that I am coming from a high energy level, so it's not affecting me that hard like another person with the same disability. But people are not thinking about it. And when you are sensitive to stuff like this, you will see it. I mean, I think at Universal not so bad, but at Disney you will see exact this. They are thriving and they are not even enjoying the park. The only thing they want to have is a perfect Instagram story and a perfect story for all the other people around them. They are creating their entire theme park day around how other people will see and watch them having fun. They are not having the mindset like I will have when I am going, I want to have fun. If it's coming out with great content, better. But I will never force myself to produce content when I'm not feeling like it. Maybe I will have a day where I don't make a vlog at all because my energy level is down, or I just want to experience something in private that I don't need to share with all of the world. And I think this is completely okay. But people those days are just living for the internet. And this is something I really realized on the top of Mount Fuji. I was so shocked. I took 3 or 4 pictures, I guess. But after those pictures, my phone was going back in my backpack, and I just was soaking in the moment and on top of Mount Fuji, all of Japan in front of me, and seeing the sunset and just getting the energy and this excitement from this moment on the top of Mount Fuji. And everyone else around me was only in the mindset of creating the perfect story and the perfect picture. And they were not able to enjoy the moment. And I think, especially with the smartphone day and age, people are not able to live in the moment anymore. They are just thinking about all the likes and stuff like that. And yeah, I know that at one point in my Universal vacation, I will be exhausted. And guess what? I will talk about it because I want to make honest content. And I think honesty is the only way that can can give people the power and the courage to go to Universal with a disability. When they see, okay, it's okay to have a bad day at the theme parks. It's okay to go back to the hotel, and it's even okay to cry if you feel like you want to cry. You don't need to go there and pretend that you have 2 weeks of the best time of your life. But this is the problem. People are just seeing this kind of content at YouTube, which is definitely the case. I can't name you many channels that are focusing on the reality of a theme park visit, and they are going to the theme parks with the mindset, my day will be as awesome as the person I was watching. But they didn't see the version of the person that they were watching that was blogging that was feeling exhausted, that was feeling pissed off, that is just pretending in front of the camera that everything is great and beautiful. And this is another thing I was thinking about, and Jake was talking about. And I was like, what if Universal is offering you a place in the creator program? I don't think I would go, because I don't want to get forced to make content that is not the content I feel I want to make. Oh yeah, that's great, Ember. Yeah, my voice, I mean, we are now online for over 3.5 hours. I definitely feel it in my voice. I hope I will do another live stream tomorrow and Sunday. So I guess we will see each other there or hear each other. You can always message me. And again, before you go, before I end it, I will open up a Discord after this, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, where we will have a chance, a community to communicate and talk to each other on Discord. I don't want to have a paywall or stuff like that. Just honest conversation. So share with each other what is going on in the parks when someone is going, helping each other setting up the AAP, and just sharing our problems and helping finding solution for the other person. So definitely I'm working on a Discord channel so I can share with you all those kind of information tomorrow or on Sunday. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye.